Yeah, I was just listening to the History Channel. They were talking about Einstein's brain. It's not very. It's like they have all these brains and they're trying to figure out the secret of these brains. Let's make sure I'm recording here. It's not real complicated for someone like me because I've lived in. I use the same area of the brain that Einstein uses, but not. But I'm not saying that my area of the brain is as developed or as large, maybe perhaps, as Einstein's area of the brain. But just to give you an understanding of, for you to understand it on a mental level, but this is also mental, spiritual, and physical. But just to understand it on a mental level, I know that I've used that area of my brain all my life. Um, and maybe not that exact portion that Einstein used, but the same region, I believe. And the Bible has known about this for, well, you can go back to King Solomon days, and Jesus knew about it. And what most people don't understand is that Jesus wasn't a man. Like Jesus, first of all, I'll just show you that Jesus wasn't a man. Jesus said the stars would fall out of the sky. We didn't know if stars could even fall out of the sky, which we now know the star can fall into a black hole and disappear. Jesus said the stars would fall out of the sky. Now, why did he say that? Well, because he knew. He knew 2,000 years before Einstein ever even theorized that there were black holes, the stars could fall out of the sky. He already knew that. But you don't understand the mind of Christ. That's a whole nother lesson that goes beyond what I'm getting ready to talk about. You're talking about someone that, and I know you don't understand that kind of stuff, and I'm not even going to begin to try to explain it to you. But just talking a little bit about it, since I've already touched on it, I'll go back to the heart and about the brain of Einstein in a second. Well, let's talk about the mind of Christ just for a second. Now, I know you guys don't understand that stuff either. But first of all, you're talking about an entity that wasn't of this world. And let me share the secrets of how I see that works. Since I don't think like other people. Now, this is getting a little deep and complicated to explain to you guys on just a little tiny video. But let's just put it this way: a hard thinker. Let me give you an example of a hard thinker. And I've never read the guy's book because I don't read books. I don't even read the Bible. I don't read anything because I got ADD. I don't like to read. With ADD, you just attention deficit disorder. Your mind gets stuck in certain areas, and that's what you got to listen to. That's how the ADD mind works. It gets stuck. It's either stuck on something, listening to it, meditating on. They call it meditation, or what you could call in psychological terms, I suppose, even though I haven't even studied psychology that much. You're stressing on something, and I guess in psychology, I guess they would call it, even though I've never read anything about psychology that much, but I would suppose, since I have my own understanding of how the brain works, based on my own research of studying my own self, and that's my only textbook, is what they would call overthinking. An overthinker is a person that's using what the Bible talks about as the heart. That's an overthinker. Now you can be stuck. You can be stuck the way someone with an ADD type mind like mine, which is really the Einstein area, the same area of the brain, pretty much. Pretty close. is an overthinker. They overthink stuff. That means they're stuck thinking about something, just like a chimp that reaches in and, a glass jar, and the mouth is smaller than his hand when he has his hand clasped and he can't pull his hand out. That's how people get stuck thinking about something. They can't let go of it. And it's an attempt to control something, is all it is. Trying to control something. And they're using an area of the brain called the heart. I just want to explain a little bit about the heart, of how that works. But the heart's a powerful thing. It's what makes, for example, an ant has simple programming. It's a simple computer program. It's not totally simple. I mean, in the fact that it can survive billions of years. I mean, it's a pretty complex program that can adapt and adjust. But it doesn't. It's a little bit different, even though probably an ant probably has a heart type instinctual intelligence that adapts and adjusts based on stress, just like a human has stress and adapts, right? But what's different probably from an ant is that they get stressed, but they seem to forget quickly, where a human being can get stuck stressing, like someone with ADD of my sort. For example, there was a girl called Megan Myers that everyone thought it was internet and bullying that killed her. But I noticed that she had ADD, and I thought, because the ADD mind, you're using a totally different mind. Now, I'll give you an example, since you guys probably don't understand this stuff. I'll give you an example of an ADD mind, and I've never read his book. There's a guy named Eckhart Tolle. I think it's Tolle. Eckhart Tolle. I don't know if it's Tolle or Tolle. But he wrote a book, and I never read the book because I don't want to read the book because I'm writing my own books. But he once I learned about this stuff about back in 2010 and stuff, I realized, I'm different than everyone else. And then I wanted to know what that difference is, and I wanted to know how other people thought. And back then I saw Eckhart Tolle. I read something on Wikipedia about him, and I said, because one day he wakes up and all of a sudden his mind is clear. He's not in the ADD mindset, which to me is similar to what the movie The Matrix. Because everybody, just to tell you exactly how, to give you a little clue how all this works, like FDR, presidents have a different type of mind than ordinary people. They don't get stuck in that area of the brain, therefore they're more productive, like ants, I suppose you could say. An ant doesn't end up homeless, even though a human being who has who knows how many more times intelligence. I'd have to look it up on the internet to see how much more intelligent a human mind is in it than an ant. You're talking about a human that has a mind that's way more intelligent than an ant. But yet the ant is more successful. It's not homeless. It has food. Where humans end up homeless. That doesn't seem to see how that doesn't make sense. That someone with an intelligent brain, how that they could end up homeless. How could that be? But they do. And it's mainly because of the heart portion of the brain is against them. Do you understand? And it's very easy. And let me give you an example of someone wise enough to know the difference, but not able to explain it. Franklin D. Roosevelt said, men are not prisoners of fate, but prisoners of their own mind. Now, the area in which they're imprisoned is, of course, what the Bible refers to as the heart. So, now the heart has spiritual ramifications, mental ramifications, and I'm not an expert on the physical ramifications. I'm sure you could get a CAT scan if Einstein was around. I mean, there's plenty of people, I'm sure, that think like Einstein that are alive right now. You don't have to unlock Einstein's brain. You don't need it to study it. All you have to do is find someone who thinks similar to him, than do a those scans that they do of brains. That show different regions that light up. That's all you got to do. You don't need Einstein's brain. Everybody's the same for the most part. Now, some people can be a little bit more developed in an area, but that's just a little bit more development. But people are similar. Everyone's brain's fairly similar. Now, what happened to Einstein? Just to explain what happened to him is the same phenomena is happening to me. That's why it's easy for me to understand it. I lived in the matrix, per se, of the brain for 40 years. Didn't know there was any other way of thinking. I just got something in my eye. Oh, hold on a second. I just woke up. I think a hair just went in my eye. That's weird. I don't see anything. Thought for sure hair went in my eye. Looks like my eye's just bloodshot. Oh, that's weird. Huh. Well, there's nothing in my eye. Anyway, get back to what I was talking about. Where was I? So Einstein basically I was talking about the mind of Christ, and I'm talking about the heart. And presidents, how presidents think. See, president is more of a sociopath. What does that mean? You got the character Raymond Remington, and let's say a character type like maybe even a Hitler. You got Raymond Remington, Hitler, Hannibal Lecter, and even a Donald Trump type. Oh, I don't like, or even any president. A lot of presidents. See, what they call the heart in the Bible is really your conscience, per se, and it's also your subconscious. Now, I don't know why they call the conscience when it's actually your subconscious. I'm amazed that they don't know the difference. The only reason the subconscious is sub is in the fact that it's not usually dominant. Now the consciousness. Now I'm amazed that people don't understand such simple things. The subconscious can be dominant. I'm amazed that people don't even understand such simple things. But when the subconscious is dominant, you have someone like who is that shooter that shot up the schools? Roger Elliott. And I can just look like that. There was another guy that did a shooting, another shooting, and you could look into his eyes, and I can tell just by looking at his eyes that he's not. Oh, what was that guy's name? I gotta find his name. It's kind of important because people don't understand this stuff, and it's amazing how silly with the lack of understanding. I mean, do you realize that the word understanding is in the Bible more than faith and more than grace? See, that's the problem with humanity, and that's a spiritual thing, but I don't got time to go into all that stuff. See, who was this other guy? I was just listening to a Joe Rogan show, and they were talking about a shooting. It was the Hawkins shooting. Or no, Hook. That's what it was. It was a Hook. The Hook shooting. Sandy Hook, that was right. Okay, now let's look at the guy. The Sandy Hook killer. Of course, Sandy.
The Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting's perpetrator is Adam Lanza.
So let's look at Adam real quick. Look at his eyes. Anybody that has any sense of it, that knows the stuff that I'm talking about, look at the picture of his eyes. anyone that has any sense about psychological things, even has the smallest amount of understanding of this stuff, knows that the guy's not living in, he's living in the heart portion of the brain. He's in the matrix. Don't you guys understand? I'm amazed you guys don't understand this stuff. How can you guys not understand? Of course, I understand it because I lived 40 years in the matrix. How I survived, I don't even know. I even worked in the medical field. But I lived in the matrix. Just like Einstein was kind of in the matrix. And then all of a sudden I haven't studied enough to know exactly what part of the brain becomes dominant as you shift out of the matrix. Now look at someone like Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, when he was very young, also talks about how he was such an introvert. See, an introvert is what that really means. Being introverted means you're dominant in the heart portion of your brain. That means what that really means is your consciousness, your main consciousness is in that area of your brain. Now, look at this guy's eyes. You see his consciousness, it's in that area of the brain. Look at his eyes. Look at it. Can't you tell? Don't you guys know the difference? I'm amazed you guys don't know the difference. Probably a lot of people that are in prison live in that area of the brain. They're in domination, in locked. Now, in spiritual ramifications, when it comes to Christianity, which I'm kind of an expert in because I've not only experienced but studied supernatural phenomena for 40 years or more. So I'm also very much an expert in that area. I'm not a complete expert, but see, that's also a spiritual domination. It's the deliberate. So you guys don't understand this stuff. You guys don't understand anything. Let me show you something here real quick. I'm trying to explain way too much information in a very short period of time. See this saying right here, things don't happen, things are made to happen. What most people don't understand is things don't happen by accident. And I know people don't understand such things. But this is, well, I don't want to get into spiritual things. You guys don't understand this stuff. Everything ties together, but you guys don't understand because you don't know how these things work. I guess I could explain it to you, but anyway, let's just stick, instead of go through the spiritual ramifications of how all this works, let's kind of just stick to the mental ramifications. And I'm sure I would be curious in seeing the physical ramifications of why. I mean, let me give you examples, since you guys don't seem to understand, as far as physical ramifications, since, I mean, it's easy for me to understand. For example, they put fish in an area where they didn't have to use their ears. Like fish, I guess, I don't know much about fish, but I did hear this one thing, and it's very simple. But they put fish in, let me make sure I'm still recording. Test, yes. They put fish in an environment where they didn't have to worry about predators, and they found it very quickly in a very short span of time that the fish started losing the ability to hear. Just like you put these fish in caves and they lose their eyes. Now, there's many ramifications it's causing, the physical ramifications of what is producing something like this right here. Or it's producing like this guy that looks wild in his eyes here. I know one thing that can produce on a physical effect is sugar. Sugar can affect the consciousness of your brain, especially on some individuals. This is getting too deep on the physical, and I don't know that much about the physical stuff, but sugar in itself can mess up the focus of the brain. I mean, what is in the last 100-some years, we went from a diet where we didn't have tons and tons of sugar to a diet in which we're consuming tons and tons of sugar, and even dangerous fructose type sugars that are in corn syrup that you'd have to eat tons of fruit to even begin to get that type of fructose type sugar, which is not natural. And so when it comes to your consciousness, we're starting to have more and more people that have like autism, and it's because we're changing the brain. We're stopping using the frontal lobes like the Einstein, where Einstein had to shift from using his heart portion of the brain to, and I still have to explain the heart portion of the brain to you guys. He shifted from the heart portion of the brain to, I don't know if it's the frontal lobes or if it's one side or the other of the brain. Because I haven't studied the physically how it works, even though mentally I know the phenomena. Because I'm able to shift my own brain from one area to the other, whereas before I couldn't. I didn't even know there was another side. I know that sounds stupid to you guys, but I didn't know. I didn't know, like the chimp that reaches in and grabs the fruit and his hand gets stuck. I didn't know that you could free yourself. I know that sounds so stupid, but there's millions of people in the world that do the exact same thing, and they can't free themselves. They can't let go of stuff. And I didn't know that you could. It's such an interesting phenomenon with us humans. And that's what really makes a man homeless. That's even a lesson for me right now. I'm going through some crap right now. It's interesting. It's very interesting stuff. Wow. I needed to hear that from my own self. See, I want to write a bunch of books, and I got the brain to understand this stuff, but when you think like me, your life can fall to pieces in a lot of areas. It also can produce eventually a physical effect to your body from the constant stress of stressing about stuff, where it can start to break you down on a physical level. And that's where I'm at. I'm 62 years old, and even though I'm starting to finally shift out of this stuff and be free for the first time in my life, my physical body is an absolute wreck. And a lot of people get autoimmune disorders. And there's usually a physical underlying cause of the autoimmune disorders. And all of this is tied together. For example, you get yeast in your gut from too much sugar. The yeast causes areas in your gut to be penetrated. And then what I believe, and I could be wrong, is that in your gut, you have a battle going on. And most people don't understand that in your gut, you've got the surface area of like a tennis court, and that's really all your exposure to the outside world. People think that your skin is exposure to the outside world, and it is if you come in contact with a fire or something very toxic that can penetrate your skin. But for the most part, we're surrounded by air. Like if we were in space, we'd be surrounded by something that could destroy it, the outside of the body, right? If you were out on the moon. And see, people don't think like this. It's amazing how dumb we are. But of course, we're not dumb. We know we can't be in a fire. If we're firemen, we put on a fire suit, right? But that's the exposure where you endanger the outside of your body. But what most people don't think of is the exposure, the real exposure you're getting every day is by the food that you eat. That's entering into a tennis court sized portion of your gut. And that's where you're getting all your exposure. So then you have an autoimmune system inside your gut that knows this, that the body's not stupid. It was designed to protect that invasion. That's an invasion. And now most of the stuff you eat is food, and it's supposed to be good for you. But of course, we have 10 major food companies in the United States that's producing tons of horse shit, just to be honest. Tons of horse shit that the body's never seen before, that the body doesn't know what the hell to do with, that's killing us, that's not natural, that's destroying, that's causing an overabundance of yeast, which the yeast not only has an effect on the brain for you to eat more and more sugar, and they know this shit, you can't tell me that they don't, but they're destroying the United States from the food that they're eating. But they're doing it because they know. Here, I've never read any books, but I know this stuff. I know human nature. I'm not stupid. They know what they're doing. Just like cigarettes had an addicting effect. And for example, the virus this year has killed what? 500,000? Well, what are you doing about cigarette smoking? 480,000 were killed by cigarette smoking. And I used to work as a respiratory therapist. Amazingly, I was able to do it with ADD. I don't know how. I mean, I'm amazed as I look back that I was able to do it. But I did. But I worked as a respiratory therapist for 20 years, and the stress was unbelievable for me. Being in that type of matrix mindset, it was just pure hell for me. To have a stressful job and I mean, some stress is good for you. You can't grow without some stress. Just like a tree outside, they put trees in these domes, and they found out that without some wind in these dome type enclosures, I forget the exact name at the moment, but they found out that the trees just fall over because you need a little bit of stress, you know. But everybody sees stress levels for some people is not the same for other people. And the more ADD type thinking type person you are, the more you're gonna stress and not be able to let go of stuff. And it's like living in a matrix of your own creation, even though you don't know how you got there or that you are in it. So someone like an Eckhart Tolle, when I listened to his book, he was in the matrix, what I call the matrix, knowing how what I've lived in for 40 years. He was in the matrix. And all of a sudden he woke up one day and his brain was shifted out of the matrix, which is all it is out of the heart portion of the brain, which is the same area that Einstein uses. So he shifted out of the matrix and he wakes up and he realizes that there's something else here. So he writes this book. I think it's kind of funny in a sense, but not really. It's brilliant and funny. Or it's not really funny, I guess. But he writes this book called The Power of Now. So he realizes that he's in the matrix, which the matrix is the heart, which is your own reality. So he writes this book called The Power of Now. And he's not the one that came up with this stuff. I remember hearing this stuff way before. But I didn't. I knew there was something there, but I didn't know what was there. Because it attracted me, and I didn't know why when I first heard about it. Way before 2000, way before this guy probably wrote this book, and I've never read his book, and I don't want to read his book because I don't write my own book. But I have heard different clips. I don't know if I've ever listened to a video of him talking about it. I don't think I ever have. But I did read a small section on Wikipedia about him, and I used to go to the Oprah forum, and people were just talking about this Eckhart Tolle all the time, and it seemed like everything they said was just, I don't know, it just seemed pretty stupid to me, but some of it. But I've never read the book, so I can't judge him one way or another. But what's interesting that I see that just from reading the small amount, I keep calling him Tolle. What is his name? So that's what people with ADD do. My dad used to do the same thing. He had severe ADD too. It seems to run in our family, which is another interesting thing. Is you learn language by the time you're 3 or 4 years old, but most people don't understand is that language is based on the matrix of how the other person thinks. See, you transfer not only your language, but the way you think. It's I call it a mental DNA pattern. Because it's the way your brain processes information. Do you understand? I know you might not understand, but it's the way your brain, like a computer processes information in a certain way, right? Now they're trying to come up with quantum computers which process information in a totally different way, I would imagine. So your brain processes information in a certain way, but but from individual to individual, different brains process information differently. Now you now by the time you're 3 or 4 years old, you're speaking, so you're processing information. You're speaking in a certain way based on the way your brain processes information, and this process is what makes you react certain ways and think in certain patterns and ways, whether you're in heart thinking or letting go of things and living in the now moment, like Eckhart Tolle talks about. And that's based on really of a protective, I guess I never even thought about this, but it's like a protective mechanism. Have you ever seen an animal that comes out of a hole and then it looks around to see if it's safe? So, in a sense, going back into the heart portion of the brain is like going back into a protective area where you feel safe in a sense, or you get stuck. It's almost like somebody blocks up your little hole of an animal, or a turtle retracting back into its shell. It's all very similar in the way we think, and most people don't have no clue about this stuff because they've never came out of the matrix. What I call the matrix. And I'm going to explore all this more. It's all very interesting stuff. Now, the difference between Jesus and an individual like us, and even presidents think differently than people like me. A president doesn't get caught, doesn't get trapped. If a president got trapped over a problem, how could he be president of the United States? He'd be stuck on one thing and he couldn't move on, right? So you got to be a sociopathic, Hannibal Lecter, Raymond Remington, Hitler type mentality not to get stuck. Now, this Roger Elliott guy he was an interesting, to me, very interesting person because he was in the Matrix, what I call the Matrix. He was in the Matrix, and if you ever, and what people don't understand, let me throw this one out there. When you dream at night, that's an example of a person who's, let's say, not like me, entering the Matrix. see, daydreaming and dreaming are the same thing. It's the same area of the brain. Do you get it? So when you daydream in the Matrix, which is where you get stuck, what happens is that's daydreaming. Now, there's no difference between daydreaming and dreaming at night. Now, let me show you how there can be a difference, but yet there's not. It depends on whether you're conscious of your daydreaming or conscious. And of course, I think they've created some sort of therapy where they make you aware of your daydreams or aware of your thoughts. And that's the same thing, daydreaming and aware of your thoughts. Because you can be not aware of your thoughts. You've been driving down a road and you go by your exit and somebody asks you, well, what were you thinking about? And the person says, well, I don't know. Because they snap out of their daydreaming and then they're back into their main consciousness, mind, and they can't even remember what they were daydreaming about, just like you can't remember your dreams. It's the same area of the brain. Now, it's easy for me to see stuff like this because I lived in the Matrix for 40 years and didn't even know there was another world. Even though I would shift out of that world, wasn't aware of that. Oh, this stuff's deep. See, God knew about. Let me show you a spiritual experience where God knew about this stuff 40 years before I even knew about it. This seems insane that God's so smart, but God is smart. I'll give you a little revelation here, even though you can look at some of my videos about spiritual things, or you can go to sidroth.com and see spiritual things. Let me just show you something here real quick. This video is only 34 minutes long. It felt like an hour already. That's another interesting thing in the passage of time, how the brain perceives that. That's very interesting. especially when they throw you off. If you look at the stopwatches, you're dropping off a. They've done studies of how time can slow down when you're totally 100% aware. See, things like this catch my attention. If they throw you off your building and you're looking at a stopwatch, you can actually perceive the stopwatch because your brain is fully aware. You shift out of the heart portion of the brain and you're 100% aware. That means you're way more sharper. You're kind of like a Hannibal Lecter type thinker at that moment. Because you see how Hannibal Lecter's focus was so sharp. And I know it was just a movie. Some people say, oh, you're saying that it's just a movie. Bullshit. It wasn't just a movie. It was based on the understanding of people's facts of human psychology. And anybody that has half a brain knows that. So Hannibal Lecter type has an acute type awareness where it's totally connected to the now moment, just like animals that know an earthquake's going to happen before a human. They have a different type of awareness. And in the Bible, just to show you the difference between us and humans. See, in a spiritual realm, what screws up our awareness is there are demonic forces. And you see these pigs that live in a natural state of awareness, like I was saying, that animals can see awareness and know an earthquake's coming before humans do. When you take these demonic forces that actually, and I wasn't really talking too much about spiritual things here, but when you take these demonic things that get in us, and I haven't even touched on any of this stuff, but if you take them out of a person like they did in Legion, where it represents 1,000 demons, and you put them in pigs, they'd rather commit suicide than struggle with the type of mindset that we get entrapped in, which is also a spiritual thing, which you guys don't have a clue about. I do, but you don't. You have no clue. You have no understanding. And I'm not saying everyone out there that's listening to this, but you don't have a clue how these things work. I do. It's a spiritual thing. But this type of understanding is so far beyond stuff that you guys understand. But even the law of attraction is based on drawing angels or demons to a particular thought pattern, because they are drawn to certain thought patterns. And if you have half a brain, you can see that in Christianity, but I don't got time to explain. I'd have to write books to explain this stuff to you. I don't got time for that. Not right now, anyway. But anyway, where was I getting ready to go? I was getting ready to go to... See, the reason it seems confusing for me to talk to you is I have this understanding. And a quantum computer, it can download information. Like I'm trying to download information of huge volumes that take 40 years to figure out. I can't download 40 years of my information and put and see what I'm trying to, that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to download 40 years of information into you guys so you have understanding. How can I download 40 years of information so that you guys have understanding, but yet I'm sitting here trying to do that? But that's what the advantage of quantum computers is. They can communicate in that fashion. They can sit there and from one quantum computer to another, and I know nothing about quantum computers. I just know how thought processes work, so it's simple for me to understand that. Because the quantum computer, that's what it's doing. It's downloading huge volumes of information. It's communicating or speaking to another quantum computer. And what might take you a lifetime to read, as far as information books, it take you a lifetime to sit there and read a book and to download that information. Who has a lifetime to do that? So a quantum computer could probably in a few seconds download a lifetime of information to another quantum computer. Then it could communicate back, and see, this information can expand like the universe is expanding in a crazy fashion. Just like dark energy is speeding up the expansion of the universe, eventually going to rip it to pieces, this knowledge that a quantum computer could potentially gain could make the quantum computer like a god. And in a matter of, I mean, if it was designed right, in a matter of 15 minutes, it could know how to take over the entire world if it wanted to. Because in 15 minutes, look at the amount of information two quantum computers tied together could communicate. That's why it's kind of dangerous to link this stuff together where they could process back and forth. I see that as an extreme danger because they could outthink you so quickly. It's very dangerous because they could come up with things. They could think like a god, basically. See, that's how God thinks. And I know you don't know anything about God. But let's go there for a second. Since I'm trying to explain large volumes of information, let's go there real quick. These are my experiences that I've had with God, which, if you're a heart time thinker, you're more tapped into that. A heart is more of a link of communication. That's why Einstein was able to connect with truth, which God is. That's what, remember, the Bible says Jesus is the truth. When you try to connect to truth, you're going to connect to God because that's who he is. Like God is love, God is complete truth, and God is also energy. And we know in science, for example, that energy cannot be created or destroyed. So we know that God's an energy source. Anybody that has half a sense knows that studied this stuff for 40 years like me. You know that God's a energy source because energy can't be created nor can it be destroyed. So anybody with any sense has seen any revelation of God. If you want to see revelation of God, go to the revelation of a guy named Ian McCormick. It's one of the best revelations. It shows God. It shows this energy. He sees it as maybe I'll just show it. This is so frustrating trying to explain information. Oh, so frustrating. Trying to get you guys to understand stuff that takes years to learn. This is frustrating communicating this way. Very frustrating. See, God doesn't communicate in this way. You're going to have instant revelation. And I know you guys don't know anything about this stuff. If you have near-death experience, or if you're able to connect with God, you can instantly understand stuff. Instant download of information, because that's how he thinks. He doesn't think, he's not a man. He doesn't think like a man. Ugh, frustrating. And no one can tell me I'm crazy anyway, because I know what crazy is. See, that's what people, the game that Satan tries to play, and it gets people to try to believe such horse manure. But I'm not stupid. No, I'm not saying I'm learned, but there's a difference between learned and being stupid. And I know how things work because God showed me how things work, so. Anyway, Cormac. Oh, I'm trying to explain too much information at once. Frustrating, frustrating, frustrating. Okay, where is this revelation?
My face closer in towards his face. Be the same voice down from the central core. It's like the radiance comes up. As this wave of light, as it being drawn up towards it.
So you guys don't understand this stuff because you don't know God. And I'm not saying I know him. I've had experiences. There's a difference between knowing God and having experiences. I mean, knowing God is something you do in the now moment. It's a lifestyle and a regular thing, and I don't claim to have that. Now, as far as having experiences, that are real experiences connecting with God? Yes, I've had them. So I don't claim to be much of a Christian. I mean, how can you think like me for 40 years being in bondage and claim to be a Christian? You can't. And Jesus talks about different ground, which is the heart. He says, he calls the ground heart. And it's a perfect analogy for the heart, because words create, a word is a DNA of information. I don't know if you understand that. A word is a specific, just like our cells have a specific DNA which creates a liver cell or a brain cell or an eye or corn or whatever. There's no difference in the spirit world when it comes to informational creation. That's why I'm so angry at, well, not angry, but the leaders of our country is they're so stupid that they don't know the truth. They can't see the truth of what they're doing, but Jesus said that everyone was evil, which he was completely 100% right, because he has the understanding that he gave me. And I'm not saying that I have all of his understanding. I just have a little bit of his understanding. But the Bible says words are either life or death. What that really means is a word has a DNA. Just like your DNA can have disease in it, and it can be triggered. Well, it's the same on mental and physical things. That's why Donald Trump Jr. wrote a book called Triggered. Because that's what was happening. What was happening is people are being triggered by Donald Trump type personality, which is a sociopathic type mentality, which is good. You got to think like that to be the president. Otherwise, you drive yourself absolutely nuts. So they're trying. Because they see a dominant type, what they perceive as an uncaring personality, and they're trying to. They feel threatened by that because that was what created their pain in their younger years. So what's happening is just triggering that memory. And now that they're older and adults, they're rising up against what actually happened to them in their childhood. That's all that they're really doing. That's all they're doing. And that's why he called it triggered. And I haven't studied anything about mental psychology, but I understand how these things work. But that's all I know about psychology type stuff. I know that they use a thing called trigger, and I don't know much about how they see it. But all it really is, without knowing reading any books about it or studying anything about it, it's just you have pain in the past where you didn't have control or power, and you were injured and you have a scar, which is in a sense a seed of information. And it's just like DNA of a cancer gets triggered by certain environmental elements, mental, physical, or spiritual, can be triggered, and then the disease then comes forth in the body. It's all because the DNA is triggered, right? So this DNA, this seed, which I call DNA and the seed, the same thing, it's triggered in these people, and then they react and they attack, almost like the immune system attacks certain things that it shouldn't, autoimmune disorders in the physical body. So anyway, the system attacks, and Donald Trump triggers these individuals, right? Because of his personality type, the sociopathic, uncaring, dominant type personality type. And I guess to be president of the United States, you have to be aware of these things, I would think, and know how to handle this. And with trouble, when he's experiencing pain, he's going to fight against that, and that's going to cause a triggering effect, which kind of triggered the people to rise up in the attack the Capitol type deal. But these people, of course, are people that can be triggered, which has nothing to do with him. In a sense, as a president, you have to be aware that there are people out there that can be triggered. And that's not his fault that they're that weak and mentally broken, but it's also not totally his fault, because you got to understand that the Democrats lied and did evil they brainwashed the media, they brainwashed everyone by focusing on certain things for control. And they're not stupid. These people These people, they might be stupid mentally, knowing what they're doing and going and attacking the Capitol like a bunch of idiots, but they thought they had a license to do that. And the reason they thought they had a license to do that is because they felt like a wrong was done. That's another human phenomenon that people do. They do certain things because they think they have a license to do it. You don't have a license to do anything. You got to follow the law of the land, because the law of the land, it's just like this nutso, what was the guy's name that started leaking all this information, that was in the government. What's this guy's name? ADD, we don't remember people's names. We remember faces and personalities, but not names. I mean, that's not how our mind works. Like when I listen to music, I just hear the music and I don't hear the words. Now, if I listen to it enough, I'll eventually hear the word. But if I'm just using my ADD brain, my brain separates the music from the word. Now, how can that be? It's just, that's how it works. It's because I'm using a different type of the brain than other people. But I don't even hear the words. I mean, I hear the words, but they don't stick. So I know the song by the music, but I couldn't tell you, sometimes I can't even begin to tell you the words. Now, that doesn't, if I hear music, if I hear it enough, I might be able to remember the words. Or if I actually actively listen to the words, then I can learn the words, but I have to shift my brain. Oh. Anyway, where was I getting ready to go? I'm getting tired already. I was already exhausted when I woke up. Where was I getting ready to go? I was getting ready to talk about this. Anyway, let me show this real quick so you can have an idea what God's like.
Is this real? I looked back over my shoulder, and far beneath me I could see the darkness. Still not understanding what this light was, I began to move up to the opening, enter it. As I was drawn into the opening, I could now see that it was a tunnel. As I looked along the length of it, I could see the source of the radiance.
Use the restroom and play this. So I just woke up. But, yeah, I need a break. So I'm just going to play this. But it's interesting. I've never seen a better revelation of what God is. It shows the energy, but there's also an intelligence. See, the intelligence of God is, you gotta understand, if you're the creator and you create everything, that means you have understanding of everything, including the DNA, total understanding of the DNA. Like we're trying to understand DNA right now, and we want to master it, right? If you master DNA, you probably can program an individual so that they don't even die. It's just a matter of programming. That's all it is. And I'm sure people know that already. I mean, it's just programming. The machine doesn't have to die. And in the Bible, if you want to see where the programming was altered, and I talk about this on some of my other videos, I'm just going to talk about it real quickly. 40 years ago, I had a revelation of time slowing down when I was praying. And I thought, well, maybe that's just something you feel when I pray. So I was praying again, and let me, I can see your thoughts already. See, I perceive people's thoughts on how they think. So I'm already seeing your thoughts before you even have them. And your thought is thinking that I'm crazy already. And some people would call that paranoid, but it's not. It's reality of how people think. But you're already thinking, this guy's crazy, he's talking about this, and this, when I absolutely know 100% what was going down, because I'm not stupid. But just go to Sid Roth, and you'll see that I'm not the only one that has these experiences. And it's not like Joe Rogan is rationalized and say, "Oh, you're just having a DMT experience." Joe's kind of primitive. He's never went down the rabbit hole of Christianity, true Christianity. But Sid has done, and I'm not saying Sid has done perfectly, because no one's perfect, but he has encountered people like me. I'm not the only one. There's millions of us that have been in contact. Just go to Sid and just go to click on TV, and then just start watching some of this stuff. There's millions of episodes. You just click view more TV episodes, and you'll see not millions, but he's got from 1998 people that have had encounters with God, from angels to many of the encounters that I've had. And this is a real thing. These people aren't lying. These people are not having DMT experiences, because the experiences they have, I've had. And I can't, like I said, I can't explain all this. You're just going to have to go here for yourself and take a look at it. Because these people don't know me, but I've had the same experiences. But anyway, you got to keep an open mind. And Christianity, let me explain about Christianity, since you don't have the understanding of that either, and Christians don't even have the understanding of that. Let me explain Christianity. What is all of science doing, since most people don't even understand that? What is advanced science? The advancement of science came from getting what? If I had to point my finger at one thing in all of science, how does science advanced? Now, a true scientist should be able to answer that question. And why would I know it and someone else not know it? How could I know these things and someone else don't know it? Because I know how spiritual things work. And that's a truth of God, of how things work. So I'm going to show you how this works. True science is advanced by building a sensor of some type. Here's a sensor right here. It enables me to see a little bit better. I got on trifocals right now. So it's a sensor so that I can see what supposedly exists in the real world, right? It is the real world to us. Now, it's not the real world to a dog. The real world to a dog is what? What's the real world to a dog? What sensors he's using? Not these. Not these. He's using this. So the real world to a dog is not the world that we live in. The real world to a dog is a sense. He's seeing the world, of the matrix of the world, through his nose, which a man can't even see. He has no sensor. So the real world to a dog, he's going around sniffing things that we can't see with our nose. And seeing is just information, right? Let me explain to you what seeing is. Seeing is just an informational download coming from a sensor, right? This is a sensor. Microscope's a sensor. Telescope's a sensor. The Hadron Collider's a sensor. And when you get born again, guess what, baby? That's a sensor. You can sense things that other people can't sense. Jesus said, "Let the dead bury the dead." Well, why are they dead? Because they ain't got a sensor. Now, I just explained Christianity to you in a scientific way, which you should be able to understand, duh. But you don't. And even Christians don't even understand that. But I have the gift of understanding, which all it is a, what is it? What are we talking about? Sensor, yeah. So anyway, I know I'm acting a little bit crazy. Who cares? Who really cares? Can't worry about what people think. Truth is the only thing that matters. What people think is just horse manure, for the most part, sometimes. Anyway, moving right along, since I just presented the truth. That's how Christianity works. You get a sensor, duh. So that's how it works. Is you get born again and you get a sensor. Just just like the dog, he can see things you can't see with this. Duh. So what is a dog doing? Let's go back to the dog scenario. What's the dog doing that he's seeing through his nose? He can see a trail that I don't know I don't have to study it or anything, but I'm not stupid. He can see a trail that you can't see. And what is he seeing? He's seeing real molecules that somebody left off from their scent or odor. I guess it's molecules. Hell if I don't know. I ain't studied science. But I would think it would be molecules that he's sniffing. And all of the molecules is information that somebody who walked a certain way left behind. That's information. That's all it is. So that information, which is coming through a sensor, that's all it is. Now, we as human beings are pretty much dominant this sensor or this sensor. Now, we use feel a lot more than what we think, but I don't want to get into all this. All it is informational perception through different sensors, in which basically, what is the common denominator in all sensors? The common denominator in all sensors is a download of what? What's it a download of? Information. That's all it is. What is DNA? DNA is an informational release. Now, God being the Word, whom Jesus is, what is a word? W-O-R-D. What is a word? Well, scientists are starting to learn that everything in the universe is just information. Information falls into a black hole. Now, I'm not an expert on any of this stuff. I just listened to a little tiny bit. I would love to learn about all this stuff. I wish all I could do is sit there and learn, and so I could expand my knowledge, but I know nothing. I've read no books. I've only heard little bits and pieces of this or that. I don't hardly know anything. But what I do know is that information is how all these things work, right? It's just a download of information. So information goes into a black hole, and I don't know exactly how it works, but I've heard about it. Very, very small bit of information. But it's easy for me because I know the secret of how all things work, and the secret of how all things work is it's just a perception of information. Now, let me show you we'll talk the black hole, then I'll go back to what God is. Ooh, I started seeing clearly for a second. That was interesting. So anyway, let's go back to the black hole. Now, I have no understanding of a black hole hardly at all. All I know is I heard something, and I can barely remember what it was, but I remember information goes into the black hole, and somebody said it was like a disc, a laser disc. And I don't know how laser disc works. I don't know nothing about it. But what I do know is that information was what I heard. This is all I can remember. Is somehow the information stays on the front of the event horizon of a black hole, almost like a laser disc. So the information's there, and I guess some more information is passed on. I'm not really sure. I don't know if there's a duplicate copy of information. I need to study about that because I'd love to know more about it. But because there's secrets everywhere into everything. So that's all I want to say about that. I'd love to study more about that, but I don't have time to fool with it. I'm just trying to survive in life with autoimmune disorder, and the way I think is a trip in itself. It's a 40-year matrix trip, which you don't even begin to understand. So anyway, I got to survive from living. The children of Israel lived 40 years in the wilderness, and I lived 40 years in the Matrix. So it's not a good place to be. If you know anything about the Bible, not too many people walked out of. No, only one. I think there was only one person that made it out of the Matrix. His name was Joshua. He moved on. Moses didn't move on. Nobody else moved on. So anyway, I've been 40 years in this crap, and will I survive? I don't know. Am I value to humanity? Does humanity give a damn about people like me? No, not really. Even Christianity doesn't. But let's go back to God. So this information, we see there's information, right? That's the one common denominator. The dog that smells. All it is information, right? Information. Now he's using a different type of sensor, just like the Hadron Collider is a sensor to find information, right? What are they looking for? Information. Bits of information. Our eyes and our ears gathering information. That's pretty much our main tools of information gathering. And of course, would it be unusual if Jesus said, every idle word that a man speaks, he'll be held accountable in the day of judgment? Would that be unusual for him to say that, since that's an informational download? And if you know anything about DNA, you know that the creation of DNA can produce disease or life or death. So would it be unusual for Jesus to say that? And it's not unusual, that the information that people are passing on in Congress. And what is it, the information they use, they pass a thing called what? What is it they pass? They take information, they put it together, and they pass a thing. What do they call it? They call it a law? So it's a dominant DNA of information, just like in your body you have dominant DNA, right? So they pass these things at law, and then they govern, just like your body has a governmental portion to it. You have 400 trillion cells, and they're all being governed by laws and rules, right? So we pass these DNA of laws in the government and these rules, and then they govern, right? They create something, right? Just like DNA speaks and creates something in your body. They're sitting up here in Congress, and they're passing these laws, which all it really is how they perceive what are we talking about here? Information, right? Okay. So that's what they're doing. And then we all got to live in the environment or the matrix of these laws, right? And as we've looked at these people, from Nancy Pelosi to a lot of these other people, we see that these people have no business, no earthly business doing what they do, because they don't have a damn clue what they're doing. We got a national debt that's, if anybody has any damn sense at all, they know that that's like blood bleeding out. It was about every 30 seconds we were going $1 million in debt. Now it's every 22 seconds. Last time I looked, if I calculated properly, we're going in debt, and that is just like a person losing blood. And you can only lose so much before you pass out. Then after you pass out, guess what happens next? You die. So this is a powerful force that can't be stopped. Our enemies don't have to fire a shot to destroy us. They can have many plans. There's more one way to destroy and take over a nation. And then there's millions of sneaky ways to do it nowadays, from creating a virus to bankrupt an economy that's already in bad shape. And then when someone like Donald Trump sees that there's a problem, being a businessman is his gift, sees that there's a problem, that these countries are stealing us blind, and he puts a stop to it, lo and behold, we get this virus that starts bankrupting the country. You think that's an accident? I don't know for sure. But anyway, let's go back to sensors since I got off the topic. So God, let me show you why God is about information. The word God is in the King James Version of the Bible 4,444 times. Now why would he do that? Why would God, the word God, be in the Bible 4,000? Well, first of all, the word God itself is not G-O-D. It's a Hebrew word broken up into 4 letters as a 4, right? Now, why would God do that? Well, duh, our DNA has 4 letters. It's the programming that makes us our physical body on what we are. It's him signing his signature. His name has 4 letters. Jesus, who's the Word has 4 letters. Then you have Jesus, who's the King. How many letters does King have? 1, 2, 3, 4 letters. God, who is love. What is love? 4 letters. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gift of the Spirit, which is a sensor or an ability to do something or to sense something. How many letters does gift of the Spirit have? Gift, 1, 2, 3, 4. Even Paul has 4 letters. John, the closest disciple to Jesus, 4 letters. Who wrote what? The 4th Gospel. And there's many other 4s. The 4s is, you can look at supernatural experiences on Sid Roth and see all these 4s. You can see, I hadn't even looked in the Bible for 4s. I hadn't even looked at it. I just started seeing 4s like this. And the only reason I started seeing 4s is I kept waking up at 4:44 all the time. I thought, that can't be a coincidence. No one told me about any of this stuff I just told you. So, but the significance of the 4 is DNA, which creates, and it says in John chapter 1, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and what was the Word? And the Word was God. Then it says that without the Word, nothing was made that was what? What? Made. So we have this 4-letter DNA programming that created all life, because we all know it has DNA, which has 4 letters, right? So we have all of this. So scientists learn that everything's just what? Information. What's information? It's a word. Everything's made by information, or what? A word. It says in John chapter 1, in the beginning was the Word. And without the Word, nothing was made that was what? Made. So, going back to what one thing God is, he's the information. First of all, he has all the information. There's nothing that he doesn't know. He made everything, and all we're doing is studying that information that's already there, already been manufactured, and then we're taking a look at it. So we're creating all these, what are we creating? We're creating these things called sensors, which a dog has a nose, we have eyes and ears that are pretty much our dominant ways in which we learn information. Now, a dog just doesn't really process the information he has and write it down in a book like we do. A dog just follows the information instinctually because he's been trained, whatever, to follow information. But everything that happens is based on information. Your body, just imagine all the communicational things that are happening in your body. 40 trillion cells. Imagine the communication and the receiving of information. So one part is speaking the information, right? And in another area of your body's hearing the information. So look at all the communication that happens for your body that has 40 trillion cells. Look at all the informational communications that are happening. Just in one body, the informational downloads and receiving of information is probably, I don't know if it's ever been calculated, or even if it's understood yet totally. But all that information from nerves sending information to the brain, this is almost into infinity as far as the information being passed, almost, but it's a lot. Just the information that you take the DNA that has information itself can be stretched out. What I always forget how far you can stretch out DNA, but it's really far. It's a lot of information. So you not only have a lot of information that programs, you have a lot of information that continues to speak, that seems to be alive and knows how to process information. The trillions of communications are happening for a person to live a certain amount of years. Information's being communicated, and it's a staggering infinity amount of things that are being communicated. And what's interesting, while all this stuff is being communicated, my mouth is speaking and I'm communicating. While all these communications are going on, I'm speaking and communicating. While billions of trillions of communications within my cells are speaking and moving and doing things, I'm actually speaking and communicating also. It's almost infinite. It's almost would make, if a person really, truly understood things like God does, it would almost drive them crazy. I can see why a lot of intelligent people just kind of go off the deep end when they start understanding all these things. It goes into infinity, and it's insanity. And I'm not worried about any of it, because I know secrets on how it all works. And I'm not going to share some of those secrets as far as the human mind at this time. But anyway, going back to what God is, let's tie it in with this. And I'm going to go use the restroom while I play this. So that's one type of information of what God is as far as information, right? He knows everything. And then we're not creating any of the information, right? Just like energy can't be created and destroyed. I might as well shut this off. I was streaming on Twitch at the same time. No one was watching, so who cares? I'm just going to shut that off. So all of this information, that's one. See, God put all this information out there. He already knows it. And what's going on here? Okay. He put all this information out there. It's just like energy can't be created or destroyed. Information, it's just a mixing of things that create things, right? That's all it really is. But a DNA is a specific program that creates the body, right? So we know that. So first of all we're doing, all the information has already been out there. All we're doing is taking and exploring the information that's already out there, and all the wonders. And we ain't even begin to even scratch the surface as far as the energy of as far as what makes up the universe. We have 4% understanding. And then even of that 4% that we call atoms, we don't have true understanding of that nature of those things, because we can't manipulate them. We can't even manipulate DNA. We can kind of manipulate atoms to some degree. Then we use the manipulation of those atoms to create atomic bombs, nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs. But we don't have control yet of these things, of this information. But the bottom line is, all this information has already been created. It's out there. All we're doing is getting our information from what's already exists, that God already knows about and put out there, right? He put it all out there for us to explore, including the information that's hidden in the Bible, which I've cracked some of that. It's hidden. And why wouldn't it be? He hid everything in nature. He hid the E is equal MC squared until someone like Einstein came along and cracked it. It's all hidden. And people think they can read the Bible and understand it, but it doesn't work that way. You can only get it through his understanding, through him. because he's the one that knows the secrets, and it's deeper than what you think, because it wasn't, the information didn't come from a man, it came from a God who thinks totally different. Just to give an example of that, I've heard God's audible voice twice in my life. It took me 40 years before mine, really more than 40 years, probably closer to 50 years, for me to understand what he spoke to me in an audible voice and why he spoke what he spoke. But he had understanding of the heart and my mind, which I didn't have any understanding of this stuff. And he gave me all this information. I don't got time to explain everything. Anyway, but that's one part of what God is. So let's move on from that. I don't have time to write a book about that here. Let's move on to what God is as far as energy and purity. You see, purity, that there's no darkness in God. I wonder what he's talking about, darkness. Now, I know you guys don't understand this stuff. And even Christians, I don't think, understand it. But there was a time where nothing but truth permeated everything. Satan created a thing called the first lie. Now we see delusion. Our biggest problem that we battle in humanity is delusion. People get under a spell of delusion. And that's also a spiritual thing, which I don't have time to explain. But it's just a delusion. Is our problem that we have as human beings. No one can seem to agree on what's true. Like some people said Trump was guilty for what he did. In a sense, there is a small part of blame in him inciting the riot. He is a straw that broke the camel's back, but all of the information that built up for those people to be triggered, there was more than just what Trump's did as far as, you can't blame the person who put the straw and broke the camel's back. It was an onslaught of the media. It was an onslaught of people like Nancy Pelosi and all of these people lying and putting forth their truth, what they believe is true, and doing it in an evil way. And even, I believe, even stealing the election through. No one wants to get to the bottom of that. And I'm not saying any of the stuff I'm saying is totally true, because you can't know it until you get all the facts. You got to present all the information, and then you got to be able to judge it properly. Like the definition of wisdom is this: it's the power to judge. The definition of wisdom in an old dictionary is this: it's the power to judge and make the soundest judgment. Not a judgment, but the soundest judgment. Wisdom is the power to judge and make the soundest judgment based on three things: knowledge, experience, and understanding. Now, understanding is the final thing which gives you the ability to finally judge. And you can't have that without knowledge and experience, right? You got to have knowledge and experience. And then those two things put together form understanding, and then the understanding is that what gives the judgment and makes the soundest judgment. So now only God knows everything, right? He sees everything, as in everything. And most people don't understand that he doesn't live in time. He created time, but he doesn't live in time. So he's got all the time in the world. Like, for example, where he's at, 100 years can go by here, or a year can go by here, let's say, and where he's at, it's irrelevant. Because he can experience 1,000,000 lifetimes in that 1 year that we experience. Because he doesn't live in time. And I know that can really mess with people's minds, but it is what it is. So he's got all the time in the world, And he knows what everyone's going to do, and for the most part, I mean, he knows what people are going to do and think and say. He can see it ahead of time, and he knows how man's going to do, and that's why the Bible can predict things, and it's even why the Jewish nation is back in Israel again. They're going to build another temple, the third temple. I guess it is going to be the third temple, isn't it? I never even thought about that. See, 3 in the Bible represents the judge. See, there's a judgment place in God, which is in the third heaven, and that's where judgments go down. Like we've had 2 world wars, and we're going to head eventually to a third one, probably. I guess they call it Armageddon or whatever in the Bible. But the 3 is the magic number because 3 represents a judgment. Satan's always trying to get a judgment in the third heaven, which is where the court in heaven is. And I know you guys probably don't understand this kind of stuff or even know about it. I didn't even know about it until recently. There's a guy named Robert Henderson on Sid Roth that talks about it. But a 3, I'm seeing 3s represent Satan getting a judgment. And he can't do evil. I know you guys don't understand Satan, and he hides himself. He doesn't want you to know he's real. And then he's controlling the earth and dictating everything through his DNA, his word, his seed, his DNA, thought processes in human beings in which he has control over them. Because you have to agree with, there's always something to gain to agree with a lie. For example, the South, they had something to gain, so they believed a lie that a black man wasn't equal to a white man. So they believed the lie for gain, right? And there's always like Dr. Phil, one of the brilliant things he said, and I know he got it out of the Bible and stole it, not stole it, but learned it from Jesus. Said the scribes and Pharisees do what they do for a reward of some type. That's how all human behavior works. Is everybody does something for some sort of reward, whether you're Neil deGrasse Tyson studying, he likes it. Why does he like it? He likes respect. He likes being worshipped. And we all do. We all don't want to be, what's the opposite of that? Well, someone treating you like a homeless person on the street, like you're a dog or garbage, right? So, in a sense, we all have a natural desire to want to be worshipped in some way. Which worship and value, there's different elements of worship. There's also value. But it's a reward that we want. And even in the temptation of Jesus, you see that he resisted having man's value. Satan offered to give him man's value, that everybody would worship him, right? That he could make them ruler over the world, just like Hitler wanted to be the ruler. That's why he did it. I mean, all in a nutshell, it really came down to Hitler he wanted everyone to view him as a god, as the law, the ruler, the leader. But leaders have to lead in a way in which is what God calls what? Righteousness, truth, fairness, justice. So different people do behaviors for certain reasons. And for certain rewards. So anyway, the only person who's really worthy of true worship is God, because he's actually good. He knows everything, created everything, all information. Energy can't be created or destroyed, and the information that's out there, we're just discovering it, that he already understood and put out there by his brilliance and understanding. And he doesn't have a mind like a man. He doesn't even have a mind like a quantum computer. His mind is superior to all of that because it goes into infinity. His intelligence, it's beyond, and that's why he demonstrated the things like we think we're smart because we understand 4% of the universe when we don't understand dark energy or dark matter. We don't have an understanding of these things. But as we get understanding, we start thinking ourselves as a god and thinking a god is less than a god. It's kind of interesting, but we're pretty limited on the ability of what we can learn because you just can't do it. You would have to have your mind reading every second because there's so much information getting in the world that you would have to read a book every moment you're alive. And a man lives about 70 years. How much information can you download in the mind in 70 years? If you were reading nonstop, how much information can you really download? Not that much. So don't let your doctors fool you. Don't let people fool you that they're intelligent, because they're not. In a sense, that's why Solomon in the Bible, who was a leader, one of the third kings, said to God, "Give me wisdom." And I just told you the definition of wisdom, right? So wisdom is the ability to lead through a supernatural knowledge, in which is what he had. I can write books about things that Solomon wrote that people still don't even understand to this day. There's a scripture that I was going to write a book about, which God gave me the understanding on, which I've kind of talked about here in this video. Yeah, I've kind of talked about it. If anybody who's listened to my videos, they know what I'm talking about. I don't think I'm going to share it right now. But anything that God says, if understood, you can write a book about it. Because he's not a man. He doesn't think like a man. So, first of all, when you read the Word of God, you got to understand it's no different than the creation in the universe. It has depth to it. We kept going as far as understanding things that are small. We thought, well, we understand an atom, and then we realized an atom has components to that. Then we realized there's more components. Then we realized that there's quantum components. And it starts to blow your mind at that point. Because I believe as you're looking in the quantum world, you're actually looking at the fabric of what time is. And I don't know that for sure. It's just a sense I have. I haven't thought about it much. But my instinct of the way I use my brain tells me, because when you use the heart portion of your brain, and that's what we were originally talking about, I need to get back on that subject. The heart portion of the brain is the part of instinctually knowing something, just like animals instinctually seem to know stuff. It's instinctually knowing, just like Einstein knew there was something there to light and these different things. He knew that there was something there, so he pursued it and figured it out. Because he knew there was something there. It's just like digging for gold. You're not going to dig someplace unless you know that there's something there. And he knew that he got an inkling, that instinctual or whatever. I don't know exactly what it was. He'd have to explain it. But he knew that there was something there. So like he said, well, I'm not more smart than other people. I just won't let go of something. No, he didn't let go of it because he knew that there was something there. So motivation is what helped us do things. For example, we wouldn't have went to the moon. We had no reason to go to the moon until Russia got ahead of us. And then once Russia got ahead of us, we got in a race. A race became a competition. So then we wanted to get to the moon first, and we did, and then patted ourselves on the back. Great America. We're so great and all this stuff. But that's just one feat. of humanity going to the moon. They pride themselves based on it. And I'm not saying they shouldn't have this wonderful accomplishment. But what I'm saying, as far as the feats that really help mankind, what that gives mankind glory, right? That's glorious to go to the moon, right? But does it really solve mankind's real problems? To be honest with you, real problems of mankind focus on one thing. And what is it? What is it? It's called the heart. Now, if somebody can crack that, and that's what I'm working on, that can free all mankind to reach their full potential. And that, my friend, is what really, men are not prisoners of fate, but prisoners of their own mind. It deals with the heart. So I'll come back to the heart in a minute. And I think with my heart, so I have the ability, like Einstein, to crack the secrets of the heart. And there's millions of secrets. I see so many things that tie into it. It's amazing. I'm not going to share a whole lot. But that's the whole secret of all humanity. You crack that, you help all humanity. And that, in a sense, is why Eckhart, let me see how his name's pronounced. Maybe I'll try to learn it with my other portion of my brain that I never use. Eckhart Tolle. How do you pronounce it, Eckhart Tolle? That didn't work. Eckhart.
Here is a map of Burkhardt Avenue, Dayton, Ohio.
Eckhart Tolle.
According to Wikipedia, Eckhart Tolle is a spiritual teacher and best-selling author.
Okay, it's Eckhart Tolle. Let's see if it'll pronounce it again for me. Nope. Eckhart Tolle. I call him Tolle. But I have ADD all my life. That's a good internet. Does Eckhart Tolle believe in God? That's a good one. Let's check it out. See, that's a new age type mentality, which I don't have time to get into. I think it's he has no clue. He says only believing it is ports. Well, he's right there. Us Christians have the reality of God because we have a sensor to know God. So he's correct in this statement, but I bet he's correct in the way he perceives it. I have a feeling, I don't see a sense that the guy really knows God. He says believing in God, I see what he's saying here. He says believing in God is a poor substitute for reality of God. Okay, I see what he's saying. Because belief can be a false thing not based on reality. Now what Eckhart doesn't understand is there's people out there, once you get a sensor, like the people that are on the Sid Ross show, which I have the same experiences. Once you get a sensor, which is how all things are understood, which is just information. Once you get a true sensor, you're born again, then you have the ability to know God and see into the hidden realm, which God reveals deliberately. It's a deliberate revelation of himself. And most people don't understand why he does that. He does it to keep from judging mankind. Angels had revelation of God, and they didn't get forgiveness of sins. See, God explained this to me a long time ago in an instant revelation. I had instant understanding, and that's how it works in the spiritual world as far as communication and understanding. Or if you have a near-death experience, you'll have instant understanding of things. And you might not even take that understanding back to the physical world, even though you had it. But you can have understanding, tremendous, great understanding. But I don't need to have a near-death experience because I use my heart which is the form of communication of the infinity type way of thinking like God thinks, where you can understand things. And I don't use it anywhere near like an Einstein, but that's how it works. But anyway, I see what he's saying. But he doesn't know. I don't think he's been born again, so I don't think he can know what I can know. It's just like I can't know what a dog knows until I can smell like a dog. Now, if you can give me a nose like a dog, well then I can start smelling things like a dog and start processing information like a dog. So he, as far as I can know, as far as I can tell, and I don't know for sure, he's never been born again. He doesn't have a sensor. Anyway, I'm going to play this so you can get a little bit more understanding of what God is, as far as energy and love, because the Bible says he is light and that he's love, and that's what the Bible says, and here's a revelation of it in a near-death experience where you can understand things. Let's just play this while I use the restroom.
My first instinct for the universe. Look at the light. Look at the power coming from there. As I'm being moved towards it, I watch as a wave of radiance comes up. As this wave of light comes off the source, it touches me, and I feel warmth, comfort. All that kind of fear and darkness just seems to go out of me, and I feel a living light go through me. Shafts of radiance came out from the central core. It was like a white fire. Phenomenal radiance in the central core. From that, I watched this brilliant light piercing out. And I thought, even the stars in the universe, even the constellations must find their energy source from this focal point. What is that light? Is there someone in there surrounded by this radiance? As I questioned that in my own mind, a voice spoke to me from the center of the light. The moment I hear his voice, I recognize it to be the same voice that spoke to me in the ambulance, telling me the Lord's Prayer and whether I'd forgive. And he said, "Ian, do you wish to return? If you wish to return, you must see in a new light." Words appeared in front of my eyes. God is light, and in him there is no darkness at all. I thought, God is light. Could that possibly be God? And in him there's no darkness at all. I've just come from darkness. Whoever this being is, he is completely separate from darkness. I see no shadow. I see no evil, only pure white radiance. And he knows my name. Could it possibly be God that I'm standing in the presence of, talking to? I thought, if it is, he must be able to see my spirit absolutely naked. He must see everything. I began to pull back. As I began to pull back towards the darkness of the tunnel, I watched a wave of radiance come off him. I expected it to touch me and literally catapult me back into the pit. But as this wave of light emanated forth off him, it moved through me, and all I got was love. The love was causing me to literally blubber. I was actually just bawling my eyes out. And I could feel an acceptance coming. I said, God, you can't love me. I've cursed you. More love. I said, I've committed all kinds of sins. I've slept around and taken drugs. More. As the love kept coming, I then literally divulged that what I knew to be the most debauched things in my life. I wondered if I could just see his face. I'll know who God is. As I got within a few feet of his presence, I began to place my face into the light. And it didn't hurt your eyes. It was like you could look into it. As I placed my face closer in towards his face, hoping I'd break through that veil, as my face did, he suddenly moved. I saw an opening in a circular shape like a window into eternity, or a door into eternity. As I looked through this, I could see an entire new earth open up before me. It was like I was standing on the threshold of eternity and I was getting a glimpse into it. As I'm looking, I can see grass with the same light and life emanating forth from it. I can see flowers, fields. I knew if I stepped on the grass, it would not damage it. The colour and the energy and the life emanating from it, it was amazing. I see a river, a crystal clear stream, trees along its banks, rolling hills to the left. I look out to my right, mountains in the distance, blue, blue sky, crystal clear. I'm standing there and I'm going, this is paradise. As I'm looking, I know that I belong here. It's like I knew I had been created by God to live here. I thought, why wasn't I born here in the first place? Why was I born on this earth? I knew I'd come home. I knew I'd traveled the world looking for that paradise, and here it was in front of me. I thought, I'm home. I'm home. As I started to move in, his presence came right back in front of me and blocked the way. He asked me this question. He said, Ian, now that you've seen, do you wish to go in or do you wish to return?
God, I'm not married. I've got no children. There's nothing for me to return back for. I don't want to go back.
As I look back, to my amazement, God showed me one person that had loved me. The moment I saw my mother directly behind me, I wept. I thought, I've just not only lied to God, but there is someone who loved me. And I thought, if I'm dead, and this is actually happening, and I step through into paradise, into the presence of God, will my dear mother have any idea that her heathenistic son prayed in that ambulance, repented of his sins, gave his life over to God, and God heard this young man and caught him up into paradise? I thought, my mother will think her son went to hell. I thought she'd get a telegram or a telex saying your son died last night. Would you like him shipped home in a box or a jar of ashes? I thought, if that happens, it could destroy her. She's suffered so much, she's lost her family. And I thought, how selfish would it be for me to step through and leave my mother to bury me and think I went to hell?
I want to go back.
I was instantaneously back in my physical form in a hospital with the doctor that had been working on me holding my right foot in the air with a sharp instrument like a scalpel or a knife prodding the base of my foot. I could feel nothing, prodding it like a dead piece of meat. I hear the voice of God interrupt my thought, and he said this, son, I've just given your life back. I went, what? I've just seen God. What's happening here? I felt an amazing power go through me. It was like a low voltage of electricity. I felt my entire body starting to feel again. And within a few hours, I was completely healed. I said, God, what have I become? He said, you're a reborn Christian. He said, you only came in because your sins had been forgiven and the blood of Jesus covered you. The sacrifice, the atonement of Christ Jesus had covered your sins. You walked into his presence as if you were white as snow. I said, he stepped aside. He said, 2 Peter chapter 3, 10 to 18, God has created a new heaven and a new earth for those who love him. He said, this old earth will pass away. This body will pass away. But God said to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. To be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. Death,
Anyway, I had to take a break. It's getting hot in here. Anyway, I'm going 2 hours on this already. I don't want to fall into the religious mind trap that many Christians do, and of looking at it in a religious way, because a religion cannot be based on truth. Because religion is sometimes perception of what doesn't mean it's based on truth. I prefer to look at things in a scientific manner. But let me show you some interesting things that Ian said that caught my attention. If I can remember, I could still hear this playing. One thing he said, he felt all this darkness. Remember at the beginning of the video, you can rewind it and look at it on this video. But you remember he made a statement, he said all this darkness and all this stuff came out of him. Now what is that? That darkness is remember you're talking about everything's information. Darkness is just a way of seeing things that isn't of truth. It's a way of perceiving, and it's also a way of being stuck in a spiritual, mental, physical mindset. God says to him, you must learn to see in a new light. That's the second time that's happened, where my eyes started to see more clearly as I'm talking about this stuff. It's interesting. See, I can't see real well without my glasses. This is the second time that's happened. I think there's a spiritual connection. Yeah, I know there it probably is, but interesting. But anyway, God says you must see in a new light. And see, God's not a man. Let me explain this. God is not a man. Stop hearing the Word of God and thinking that you're listening to another man. You're not listening to another man. You're talking about someone who created the depth of the ocean, which we didn't begin to explore the ocean floor. You're talking about someone who created space and time, a dimensional place for us to be in. You're talking about someone who created the universe that has such depth and expansion to it that we'll really never see the edge of the universe. Or even if we could see it, it's a billion the light years of time has went by that the reality of what we're seeing isn't even the reality of what is anymore. It's long since, we're just getting the light from billions of years that finally traveled we're seeing back in history. So who knows what the reality of what's actually out there. Oh. It's so deep that it's unreal. So you're talking about someone that created these things who thinks totally different than a man. So when God says you must see in a new light, don't think like you're listening to a man. You're not listening to a man, you're listening to God. And we're trying to create these quantum computers that think like gods, but they don't even begin to think like God. So, first of all, when God says that, one clue that he's given me is that almost every dimension in which we think in is dark. The darkness that's in a man's mind, and you can see that by our leaders of our country, they're floundering. They're all floundering. From Nancy Pelosi to even Trump. And the things that he says and the way he reacts. But who wouldn't react with all the onslaught of the thousands of arrows of information that's been shot at him, with a deliberate attempt for those arrows of information to destroy him. I get upset when just a few things get shot at me at work. Like right now, I got a few little things going on at work and a few little things going on with my landlord, and I feel all wounded and beat up. Like what just happened to me today, my landlord's like, I've been here for this place for 9 years. 8 or 9 years, my landlord's like, well, a guy dies that was managing the property. So he dies, and he cut all the grass. I live in an apartment. Next thing I know, I hear that I'm responsible to cut my grass. And they didn't come to a 100% conclusion on it, but that's what they would have liked, since they don't want to be real responsible adult type leadership as far as management of the place that I live in, which is kind of a dump, but it's definitely a dump. But it's got some good people here, and that's what's important. But the guy won't fix my roof. It leaks. I can't get him to fix it. I don't have hot water. The guy's rich, but with the rich, you're never happy, you know? Ask him to fix the light out there. They won't fix it. There's a light security light. They won't fix it. And then the next thing they pull, they start charging me a flat fee for water, which they have no way of measuring it, so they're just charging me a flat fee. They raised that up. Then they went from that to now they're saying I have to cut grass after I've been here for 9 years and I've never cut grass. All of a sudden, in their minds, the guy they were paying to take care of the property, whom they were paying under the table, whom he didn't report income tax probably to, most likely, which I think how he pays all his employees. They're all down and dirty, probably not reporting the tax. I probably shouldn't have said such a thing. I didn't mention his name, so I don't want to destroy people. People do what they do, you know. But you know, when you're doing little dirty things like that and not legit, you do other little dirty things. So next little dirty nasty thing they came up with was all of a sudden, even though I live on an upper story and I don't own any of the or rent any of the areas below me, all of a sudden that grass out there is my responsibility to cut. Because the guy that they had taken care of it dies, which they were probably getting a good deal taking care of it. They were paying him hardly nothing to do it. And so he dies, and all of a sudden their free ride is over, because he was just a responsible person that he just liked being in charge of stuff, and that was part of his reward, I think, he just naturally liked having stuff to do. And he's cheating him like a dog, probably. So their little meal ticket dies, or he's getting. So all of a sudden I'm expected to. There's an insinuation. All of a sudden they're in doubt whether I have to cut my grass or not after I've been here for 9 years. So that just really screwed with my mind this morning, you know, and I was just really upset. And that's what kind of things rich people do, companies do. They don't give a damn about the little guy, you know, and well, what they don't know is I'm not little. I prayed, and this is the second time this has happened. God in his power brought the owner to my place so I could speak to him. It's the second time God has done it. Last time, same, they screwed me. I got upset. All of a sudden, the owner, who never You never see him here. All of a sudden he's here and I get to talk to him. God brings him here. So here they pull the same thing again, and I'm upset. What does God do? He brings him here, and I get to talk to him. You never see the guy in any other situation. But I've seen God move like that in my life. I've seen him do so many different things. I know it's not a coincidence. He brought his butt here so I could have words with him. And I had words with him, and I was angry. I didn't go off on him as far as cussing at him or anything, but he could tell I was pretty upset, and I was. And he said I was right, which he wouldn't have said if he wouldn't have got to communicate with me. Now this rich man is very similar to Ahab in the Bible. He has a Jezebel, which is a manager working. And it's interesting how certain spiritual people follow certain spiritual patterns. You always have these Ahabs, and there's always a Jezebel there that influences them and makes them make these decisions that are evil, that screw with the prophets, which are me. I guess I'm a prophet because I've heard God's audible voice and I've seen Jesus in a vision. And when I seen Jesus in a vision, let me show you what he looks like. And this was 40 years ago, and I never knew about the Shroud of Turin. I'm not saying that Shroud of Turin is legit. I have no clue. But the Shroud of Turin, that's who I saw in my vision. That's what he looked like. Oh, let's go to YouTube. I like that one. Shroud of Turin. I call it Turin. Turin. See how I do that stuff? That's just the way my brain works. Well, here's some interesting stuff. See, I don't like fake stuff. I like real stuff. I want truth. There's too many videos made. They have to be honest. Oh, interesting. I'd like to watch all three of these videos. I don't know if there's truth in them, but I'd like to hear it. All the three. I got a favorite on all these three of these videos. How am I going to remember this? I think there's a way to save the search, but I've never done it before. Huh. That's very interesting here. Let me save this search, because I want to maybe look at this as later. Just, I'm not making any judgments. I just want to hear what they got to say. Let's use this one. So I want to save that. I'm going to research some of that stuff. One reason I'm interested is because my vision that I had 40 years ago, which is just a spiritual gift. It's a sensor, like I was talking about. That's how you know God. Through a sensor, no different than science knows everything as they know. It's the same search. But that's what he looked like. See, that's what he looked like right there. See that image? That's who I saw. That's the face that I saw 40 years ago. When I saw him, and I never saw, there was no internet back then. There was no TV program or internet that I ever saw that had anything to do with the Shroud of Turin. Is it Turin or Turin? Turn. Turan. But anyway, that's what I saw. Except a little bit more clear of the face. They look like that. They did another one where they actually made a statue. In statue form. Here it is. That's who I saw.
Copy statue, as it's posed.
That face right there, even the beard. That's what I saw. And this one chick, she said that God sent her, this artist that became an artist, famous artist, she said that she saw Jesus. And I didn't think that the person he sent looked like Jesus, but he kind of, someone showed an example. I'm getting a little tired here. Okay, Shroud of Turin compared to, getting tired, to drawing from, what's this chick's name? I can't even pronounce her name. See, people think that people like me aren't intelligent because we don't remember names or can't pronounce names, but I remember the image of the person's face and what the person said, and I know their personality probably in a perspective that's way deeper than what these people understand, but yet they think that I'm dumb because I don't remember a name or can't pronounce a name. What's the difference as far as information? I remember I know more than what they know. I have a total informational profile of the person that goes on a level that's way beyond what they understand about the person, even though I don't pronounce their name. I know the personality. I know why the person does everything they do and thinks the way they think. There's her name right there. So they're saying I don't know what I'm talking about because I don't pronounce their name, even though I have a character profile of the person that is probably closer to an FBI profile of the person that an FBI profiler could understand the person. Well, that's my understanding of the person, even though I don't pronunciate their name. I know what they look like, and I know their personality and their character, so who really knows more? Just because you can pronounce the name, and I can pronounce the name if I want to, I'm just lazy in that area of my brain. I can learn this person's name and how to pronounce it, but it's why? What's the why? It makes no sense to me to waste my time to do that. Just to make people think I'm intelligent when I already know that I am. But they pride themselves on stuff, silly things like that, when they don't know a thing about the person. Here we go. Here's a comparison I was looking for. They don't have a FBI profile of the person's character and personality like I do, and understand them like I do, even though I don't pronounce her name. So who really knows more? Here's a comparison of the two. And I didn't think that her drawing, that God brought a person to her, she drawn that there was a similarity, but I can kind of see it, but Jesus to me didn't look like her drawing. I have to see how to pronounce her name. Not that I really care. Maybe I should care. Maybe I don't. It doesn't even matter. Come on, just let's get to the facts here. Here it is. No, that's not it. Here it is right here. An overlay of the two. That's from the Shroud of Turin, and that's the person that Jesus brought so she could draw a picture. It just happened to pop in her house. There's the image that I saw in my vision, and then there's what she drew. And it is kind of similar. But of course this eyes can't match what I saw in my vision, because this man isn't Jesus. And the eyes are the light of the soul, or the eyes is where you can see the image of the person on the inside. And this guy's empty compared to Jesus. There's no depth here. Looking into someone's eyes is like looking at the ocean, but being able to see the bottom of the ocean without, let's say the ocean was crystal clear and you could see to the bottom of the ocean, just like you can see a mile away in physical light. As I look into this guy's eyes, there's nothing there compared to Jesus. I'm not saying the guy ain't intelligent for a man, but what I saw when I looked at Jesus was something totally different. So maybe that has a lot. Maybe I can't see. Maybe this guy doesn't look like Jesus to me because of the eyes. Because the eyes are empty. And that's what I mainly looked at, was his eyes. But I also saw what he looked like. He looked like this. Kind of like that. But even more so, he looked like... that's not it.
Copy statue, as its part
Even more so, he looked like this, except the eyes are shut. His face, to me, looked more like this. Except his eyes were open in my vision. And when I looked in his eyes, I knew why people said that no man speaks like this man. Because he wasn't a man, he was God in the flesh. He was connected to God. He was the Son of Man and the Son of God. But the Son of Man, people don't understand that Sarah's seed was dead. Christians don't understand this, but it's something God showed me. That Sarah's seed was dead, because a woman's seed is dead after she was, 90 some years old or whatever. Her seed was dead. So to bring forth a son, which is where Jesus, the lineage where Jesus would come from, God had to purify her seed. See, the Catholics are silly, and they lean to, the Bible says, lean not to your own understanding. So the Catholics build images of Mary like she was holy, but they're too stupid and too, I don't want to call them stupid, but they're stupid on the fact that they're not seeing the truth that Sarah's seed was resurrected. I believe that Sarah's seed was resurrected and cleansed, because Abraham believed God, and Abraham was the beginning of the Jewish nation, and even Abraham had the veil taken off his seed, off his, it was called circumcision. He had the veil taken off that. So that was really the veil off, the first veil came off of the DNA. His eyes were open as far as, because Abraham's eyes was open and he saw the truth, whereas Eve didn't. He saw the truth, believed God. That's what had helped manifest the truth. In the beginning of the manifestation of the truth of bringing Christ, that truth of believing God is what resurrected Sarah's seed, which was dead. And so there was not only a resurrection, I believe, of her seed, but a purification. It was resurrected. So then that seed was then passed to Mary, and then that seed that was purified and resurrected by God Almighty. That was the first half of the preparation of the joining of God's seed with man's seed, which was going to create a new creature, which was Jesus, which was the first Son of God, who God's DNA, which is His Word, which is, in John it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. You have that Word, that's who God is, put in Mary's seed, which was resurrected from Sarah, that was passed through the generations, then joined, and then that's what manifested the Christ, which was really the new Adam and the Son of God. Combination of both, who was also the Lamb of God. So then you have this, who had no sin, and I can write more books. I can write books about what I'm just talking about here. I'm just scratching the little surface of this stuff, just so you have understanding. But so anyway, when I looked into this eyes of this vision of what I saw of Jesus, I know that they said, well, they said no man speaks like this man, but I didn't know what they saw other than what was written in the Bible, and that's beyond my beyond most people's understanding, because it's a God word and not a man word. It has depth of it, like I talked about, depth of our ocean, the depth of micro as far as small, the depth of the universe is in the understanding the deepness of time and space. And you're talking about a God, so they're seeing this in Jesus, even though He's not manifesting too much. And some of the things He's saying is so far over their head that they have they can't understand it. And that's why the Bible says if all the books are written, it would fill the world, and it would more than fill the world, it'd probably fill the frickin' universe. But it's not stopped. The information is only begun. In the day of Pentecost, when God finally joined man again, we got a sensor where we can sense God. We're tapping into that informational super, more than a highway. It's the source of all information and understanding. And in a sense, that's why Einstein, who sensed that, says, I want to have the thoughts of God. He got on that informational highway and even cracked the secret. So it was more than just the way his mind, it was a combination of his mind being a certain way plus him finding the truth as far as where it really comes from. That's how he cracked the secret. A lot of scientists probably have the brain of Einstein, but don't tap into the truth that he got on to find it. So when I saw this vision of Jesus, he looked like this, and I never saw this until like 30, 40 years later. I said, that looks like the vision I had of Jesus. But I also saw him with his eyes open, and that's mainly what I looked at more than his physical features, was what I saw in the depth of his character. And as I looked at him, and I saw someone I can still kind of remember, I saw someone that had depth of love, depth of understanding, depth of caring, and I've never saw that in any man on the earth. Every once in a while you can see a little glimpse of something like that in somebody's face if they're fully filled with love or fully filled with concern. But as far as intelligence, I don't think I've seen that in anyone's eyes. As far as the depth of intelligence, I've never seen that. Now, we were talking about eyes when we were talking about hearts, which is the original thing that I was talking about here. And we go back to this guy. Now look, as you look into this guy's eyes. You see, I see the totally opposite in this guy's eyes is what I've seen in Jesus. In the vision I seen in Jesus, I saw someone who had depth and intelligence and understanding. And when you look in this guy's eyes, you see someone that's just totally disconnected. This guy's so disconnected from intelligent part of his brain that wow. I mean, just look in the eyes. It's almost freaky just to look at his eyes here. He's so disconnected from. He's so in that matrix that I was in for 40 years, but he's even more than me. He's like totally in a matrix. And when you're in the matrix, Satan has power over you in a sense. You're very suggestible. When you're in the matrix of that type of thinking in the heart, you're very suggestive. It's like being in a hypnotic state. And he is in a hypnotic state. A very suggestive state. Very easily dominated and controlled by Satan. And I know you guys don't understand how all this stuff works. I mean, we know by hypnosis, and I don't know that much about hypnosis to know if it's true or not, but what I do know is when you're in the state of mind that he's already in a hypnotic state. You can tell by looking at his eyes. Now he can merge out of it a little bit, like how I lived for 40 years. You can poke your head out and feel safe, but then you're so easily knocked back in because you don't know how to get out of that state of mind. And that's kind of why Eckhart Tolle wrote. Eckhart Tolle, now that I know the pronunciation of his name, Eckhart Tolle. That's why he wrote the book The Power Now, because he was in that state also. And people are in different. Now, president isn't in that state of mind. You can't be the president of a country, and I guess you could be if you had enough people babying you and coddling you. You could probably be president if you had enough support. Because you can be in that state of mind and be highly intelligent. But there's a difference between intelligence and having control of your intelligence. Total different. It's just like it's just like a computer have tons of downloads of information and be one of the most intelligent computers in the world, but if somebody takes over the program so that you can't bring up that information, then it's useless, right? So that's just kind of the same with the humanity of the brain. When someone gets in this state of mind, they have no real control. And that's why I feel sorry for people that are in prison, and they don't even know that they're in this state of mind, that they're being dictated and controlled. They have no clue. I had no clue. I was in this state for 40 years, and I'm still struggling to keep out of it. I need to write a book just to teach myself how to to stay out of it completely, because I want to master it totally. And it's not that I want that other part of my brain to die. I just don't want it to dominate me. I probably shared way too much information than what I should have shared. Yeah, I really did share too much information. Maybe I shouldn't even post this video. But it's an interesting phenomena that dictates and it's also a spiritual domination, which most people don't even begin to understand that. It says 5 disturbing things we learn. Let's see what they think they know. See what they think they know. See if I agree with it. Because I kind of doubt if they get it. Let's see what they know. Oh, I don't want to listen. listen to what the news has to say. I'll listen to it for a second.
Mullet is here with much more on this story. Robin, the interview is just chilling. The father of the boy responsible for one of the most horrible mass murders in American
history, saying he wishes his son had never been born.
This morning, Peter Lanza is speaking out for the first time since his son Adam killed 20 children and 6 teachers at Sandy Hook Elementary School in December of 2012. That same day, Adam fatally shot his mother, Peter's ex-wife Nancy Lanza, and hours later took his own life. In an interview with The New Yorker, Lanza, who says he never goes one single hour without thinking
Okay, I see an interesting phenomenon that most people couldn't see. But I see a boy that's totally different right here. I can tell by looking at his face. See, I learned how to read information from people that a sense like a dog has. Like a dog can see things that other people can't see. I learned from a small child how to read people because my parents were threatening. So I can see things that other people can't see, and I have instant understanding of knowing what's going on. But I see this kid's face right here, and I see a totally different child. So something happened from this point. Something happened, I don't know what it was, to kick this guy into a different state of mind. Now, was it physical, mental, or spiritual, or all three? Because I see a different child right here.
Thinking of that day, says he's speaking out now because
Let's take a look at this.
in an interview with
See that child right there? I can look into that kid's eyes and see the smile. I'm not seeing the same thing, the same mental state of mind in this child right here as I'm seeing as this child was older. How old was this kid? Let's see what his age was. When he did all this stuff. What's this guy's name anyway? The kid, I don't even know the kid's name. Adam Lanza? Adam. Very interesting. That's interesting in itself. Adam. Wow. That's interesting on a biblical sort of way for me. I don't think things happen by accident. Okay, let's see how old he was. Oh, he's 20 years old. Okay. Interesting. So he was 20 years old when this stuff happened. Let's go back to the interview. I just wanted to see how old he was. So I see there's some, I'm not sure, I would say he was about 7 or 8 here. So something happened between this time frame and by the time he turned 20, which let's look at some more of this. See, am I even, yeah, I wasn't sure if I had myself muted or not.
The New Yorker, Lanza, who says he never goes one single hour without thinking of that day, says he's speaking out now because I want people to be afraid of the fact that this could happen to them. It doesn't have to be understood to be real. Lanza describes his son as a cheerful child who loved Sandy Hook School.
Okay, now looking at this, from that child that I saw there to this age right here, I would say that was 8. I see the guy shifted. I can look into his eyes, and just by looking into his eyes, I can see his mental state of mind where he's at. Something happened. You can look at it, you can see his eyes right here. You can tell by where his intelligence is as far as the part of the brain he's using. Just by looking into his eyes, he's not there. Now, your subconscious, you can be there in your subconscious, like how I lived for 40 years. You're there, but this guy's way worse than I ever was. I had severe ADD. But looking into this guy's, this is a deeper level than what I ever was. He's totally shifted out of, he's living absolutely from his subconscious right here. Now, what shifted him into that state, I can tell just by looking at his eyes, he's totally disconnected from his brain is not connected to the thing that we call real consciousness, as far as being aware in the present moment and using a part of your brain, whether it be the frontal lobes or I'm not sure what part of the brain we use to be conscious. I just know that I can shift from one to the other, and there's a total difference in my personality. I'm a totally different person when I shift into consciousness based on if I shift back into the way I lived for 40 years. But I can see a total shift here in this guy's consciousness by looking at his eyes, that he's living in the subconscious mind. He's not conscious. I mean, it's so clear. It's clear as a bell by looking in this guy's eyes that he's not there. He's in the sub. Now, what shifted him? I know that head trauma can do it. That's the physical. 3 things can shift you: physical, mental, or spiritual. Any one of those 3 things in domination of those areas can shift you, and it can be a combination of all 3. It's just like they call this thing, and I was a respiratory therapist for 20 years, and they call it COPD, which I don't know if they've changed the definition of it since I studied school back in, see, when was that? I went to school. Dang. Was it 1986? Has it been that long? I think it was. But COPD used to be a manifestation of 3 different things: asthma, chronic bronchitis, and emphysema. So you can have 3 different components to your lung, and they called it chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, but it was actually the combination of either one of those things or 3 things manifesting at once, or different degrees of manifestations of those 3 components. So when it comes to the mind, you have mental, physical, and spiritual components that can shift your brain into this type of state. But I see he's already in this state. Now, why it is, now the physical manifestation of somebody being shifted in this type of brain, let's take a look at that real quick, just to show you a guy that's been studying ADD, which I know a little bit about. His name's let's see if I can remember his name. I used to follow him on Twitter. Dr. Amen. What a nice name. Amen. Amen. The name him in like Truth or something. Dr. Amen. Boy, I'll have to try to put his name to memory so I don't forget it. So let's go to look at one of his thing he learned as a psychiatrist doing brain scans. Let's see if I can find that. Here it is.
I'm third.
It's not the video. I don't think this is the video I want. I'll just type in Dr. Amen, what I learned from 87,000 brain scans. See, he's actually looking, which is using a sensor, like a lot of the stuff I've been talking about sensors. He's using a sensor to actually see what's going on in the brain, so you can actually see what's going on. But I'm not saying it's a perfect representation, but at least it's more information. Because what we're talking about here is information. The more information you can gather. I'm not saying these brain scans are perfect form of information of what's actually going on in the brain, but it's more than what they had before, what psychiatrists were using before. So let's take a quick look at this, of what a physical trauma can do in the behavior of a brain. Now, this kid could have fell and snapped him into a different state of consciousness. It could be from just physical. Let's take a quick look and show you how this works.
I'm third.
Which,
third means...
This ain't the video I want, I don't think.
But unfortunately, because the imaging results didn't match the DSM, they thought, oh, imaging doesn't work. Now I'm using it, and I see that it works, and I went, the cookbook's wrong. They put her in Kaiser, in the psychiatric, and people go, no, and then I'd leave it on average. They have four, it's imaging informed treatment.
So I don't know if I'm trying to find that there was a child that had behavior problems, but the behavior totally changed, and it found out that he had hit his head, and his behavior totally changed. And there's a lot of people in prison because they hit their head, whether they be a fighter or whether a child that wrecked a football player. There's people in jail that lost control and they have a damaged brain. So as far as what happened to this guy, I mean, obviously I can see that he's not in a controlled state of mind, that something happened from, just by looking into his eyes. It's so obvious to me. Now you might say, oh, you can't tell by looking at his eyes. Bull crap. Yes, I can. It's so simple. You can tell someone's conscious by looking in their eyes and where their brain is wired at. It's so simple. I'm just amazed. Other people don't know about this stuff. That's why they don't look for it, because they have no clue that the brain even shifts into different areas, different states of mind in the first place. Maybe people are more aware than I think. I don't really know, but anyway. Let's see if he's going to talk about this kid that had this brain trauma, and then they were trying to treat him with psychiatric drugs when all I needed was his brain healed.
Now we have some other things we do, like first do no harm. So we tend to start with natural things. We think diet is absolutely critical, that exercise is very important. We'll often start with natural.
See, everything plays a part in mental disease, spiritual, mental, and physical. And you got Jesus, of course, in the Bible, Jesus addressed all three. If people look closely at what he taught, he's addressing all different components. He addressed the spiritual as far as demonic. He casted out the demonic. Then he healed the physical. And he even tried healing the mental by speaking to people. He'd say, Martha, Martha, thou art careful and troubled about many things. But Mary had chosen. See the power of choice? Most people don't know that they can choose their life on what they can do. You can write the own story of your life. You actually have the power to choose. Lou Holt said it's not what happens to you in life, it's how you react. So no one takes the power of you to write their own story of your life. Now, it might be more difficult to write the story of your own life under pressure situations, when different people react under pressure depending on what area of their brain kicks in. It's more difficult under pressure to write the story you want to write. And that's kind of what happened with this recent cop shooting. All these crazy people that don't understand the mind, that have no clue how the mind works, is saying that this cop who shot a black man, which black has nothing to do with the situation. Behavior has to do with the situation. Skin color is irrelevant. But they think it's relevant because they're living in the past. This woman had no racism. She didn't have no racism. I don't believe that for a second. Now, I don't know for sure, but I kind of doubt it. Because what we're talking about is a phenomena under pressure. Under pressure, you don't think clear. That's why they had Navy SEALs And I just happened to listen to the video and heard about this when I was first discovered my own shift in my own brain. I started wondering if other people understood what I understood. And I started seeing some of the understanding that other people had. And I seen this video about these Navy SEALs that would, they do have this stress test where they put them underwater and they'd start pulling off their breathing apparatus underwater. And it didn't matter how physically strong the person was, everyone reacted different under pressure. So to get people to react similar, because you don't want to panic, and let's say that they're a Navy SEAL and they're in fight with their enemy underwater, they want the person to think like James Bond, right? That's fearless, that just logically thinks and doesn't emotionally and heart-driven reactive type thinking. You got to think, you can't panic underwater, right? So they found that these skinny people could do better than these big, strong, muscle individuals. But what they found that they could help some of them perform better is a thing called self-talk. I don't know if I should give away all these secrets on how this stuff works. I don't think I am going to give away the secrets. But I'll tell you that much. They used a thing called self-talk. There's secrets to what I'm saying there, which is so interesting. Even that helps me just thinking about it. I need to program. It's really about programming. Oh, okay. See, I'm getting understanding as I'm thinking about it right now. So I haven't been looked at this kind of stuff for a while, but see, I get understanding. I can start writing a book based on the information I'm getting right now. It's because it's not difficult. What self-talk does is just a form of programming. And I don't want to say too much. I don't want to give away any more secrets than that, because it goes way deeper than that. But all you're doing is programming yourself. So they did this thing called self-talk. All you're doing is programming yourself under pressure to perform like you need to perform. It's very interesting. Oh, that's so interesting. But this cop, let's go back to this cop situation with this woman. It doesn't. So many things can affect this cop. What's this cop's name that just shot somebody that everybody's going crazy for? These people have no understanding of the brain and are so triggered by Black Lives Matter DNA doctrine of brainwashing. And I'm not saying that everything that Black Lives Matter's DNA of brainwashing is evil. I'd have to look at piece by piece and what they believe and analyze the DNA to see what's true and what's not true. I'm not saying that it's all bad, but there's a lot of bad there. The DNA of what they believe is true is horseshit. I mean, it's such silliness, such triggered, sick, injured type thinking that comes from that place of the past. Just like you see in the Clint Eastwood movie, Preacher. That's, we have echoes of the past that we have to shut that stuff down. And Paul in the Bible says, when I was a child, I thought like a child. They're speaking out of an injured past. I need to shut this down. I can't be fooling around with this stuff all day long. I mean, it's kind of good for me right now, but oh, this is the TED Talk. That's the one I wanted, was the TED Talk. Because this is where he he talks about the kid. They had the behavior problems.
92, I went to an all-day conference on brain SPECT imaging. It was amazing and mirrored our own Earth-4 imaging. I always felt like I was throwing darts in the dark at my patients. Actually, look, treatment needs with the hundreds of thousands. We should be thinking about crime evaluation and treatment.
I don't know if this.
That idea for your life.
I don't know if this is the full TED Talk that has the one I want. Because I know it was a TED Talk. Oh, this is it right here, I think.
The size of a golf ball occupying the space of his left temporal lobe. Indicated Andrew as they did Eric Harris' tree and shooting other children. Her husband's name. Or my favorite story to illustrate this point is Andrew, a 9-year-old boy who attacked a little girl on the baseball field for no particular reason, and at the time was drawing pictures of himself hanging from a tree and shooting other children. Andrew was Columbine, Aurora, and Sandy Hook waiting to happen. Most psychiatrists would have medicated Andrew as they did Eric Harris and the other mass shooters before they committed their awful crimes. But SPECT imaging taught me that I had to look at his brain and not throw darts in the dark at him to understand what he needed. His SPECT scan showed a cyst the size of a golf ball occupying the space of his left temporal lobe. No amount of medication or therapy would have helped Andrew. When the cyst was removed, his behavior completely went back to normal, and he became the sweet, loving boy he always wanted to be. Now, 18 years later, Andrew, who is my nephew, owns his own home, is employed, and pays taxes.
So as far as what was really wrong with this this guy here, I can look in his eyes right now and see some sort of shift from the time he was 8 years old to the time in which he's here. There's a shift I can just tell by looking at his eyes, because he's not there. He's in the subconscious part of his brain that I lived in for 40 years, which the Bible calls the heart. So he's stuck there. I can tell by looking at his eyes. Now, what happened to cause him, whether it be physical, mental, or spiritual, or a combination of all three, that remains to be seen. Let's listen to a little bit more of this.
And even used his savings to buy Christmas toys for needy children. But as the years passed, Lanza paints a picture of a troubled young man who began to struggle in middle school after being diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome.
Oh, he has Asperger's. See, Asperger's, I don't know that much about it. I'd have to look at it. But I can tell just by looking in his eyes what Asperger's is. If this is Asperger's, by looking in this guy's eyes, he's totally disconnected from your higher... I mean, I've heard... See, I don't know, I haven't researched this, but your higher frontal lobes, I guess, by the time you're 20 years old, like he was, some people, their frontal lobes haven't kicked in yet. Their higher... Their ability, which is the control center of your brain. And here, this is a guy who's went in the opposite direction. Looking in his eyes, I see a disconnect instead of going closer to your frontal lobes being controlling you in your decision making, not reacting emotionally, and on a subconscious level, the subconscious mind dominating your behavior. I can look in this guy's eyes and see he's shifting. He's shifted way in the other direction. He's not connected at all. He's not. Let me see what Asperger's is, because I really don't know. But I can tell by looking at his eyes where his brain is. He's not connected at all to the higher functioning part of your brain in which you're in control. Like for example, let me give you an example. A comedian, when you let's use this as an example. When you stand up, like some people have fear of talking in front of people, right? What is that fear? What is fear in itself? Fear again is information. What is the information that they're actually afraid of? The information they're afraid of is what they think people are going to think about them. So that information comes to them, and then they have this fear. That's what the fear is. Even though fear is also a spiritual thing as far as Christianity, but I'm not getting into that. It's more than just the information, even though it is partial information. It is information, but it's a thought that dominates your thinking. It's domination. And what we see in the guy's eyes there is total domination. Total domination. So he's in an actual hypnotic, complete, total domination mental state of mind, which you're completely suggestible. All you have to do, all he had to do in that state of mind that he's in, I can tell by the way he thinks, by the way I used to think. And I always had enough control that I never actually did anything. But that doesn't mean I wasn't upset about things. So you can be upset about things, but you have enough control that you don't manifest anything. But if you're in that state of mind, like he is, all he had to do is start thinking about. He as he moved on in life, start thinking about what happened to him in the past, how he's mistreated, right? So he'd start thinking in the past about how he's mistreated by the kids that teased him at a vulnerable age, and they actually kicked him more into that state of mind. He's more upset in that heart state of mind of where he's thinking only in that area of the mind. It kicked him deeper. Because I can look in his eyes here, he's even more shifted. Right here. He's just like shifted, serious. He's not shifted at all in the 8-year-old picture. Here he's shifted more in that state of mind. And in that state of mind, just like Megan Myers that committed suicide that had ADD, she couldn't deal with what people were thinking about her, that information, because she couldn't shift out of it being in that state of mind. It dominates your thinking, so she committed suicide. So this person's in that state of mind, which I haven't even talked too much about, but I'm kind of giving you an idea of how it works. See, Einstein was more shifted in that area of the mind, and no one thought he was intelligent until he shifted out of that state of mind. It's an intelligent state of mind. But it's also a dominant area of your brain that can be very dominant, and that's why some people are homeless that has more intelligence than an ant. An ant doesn't have that informational type thinking like a dog has a nose and he can sense certain things. Well, when you think in that part of your brain, you're sensing more about emotions and thoughts of people. You're almost like you ever seen the movie on Star Trek where the guy was he was an empathic. Troy was empathic, but this guy was super empathic. When you're in that state of mind, you're sensing everything that's happening around you as far as people and judgments. You're more sensitive, so you're seeing how people dislike you more. You're seeing a true thing, and it dominates your thinking, and you're really seeing what Jesus saw when Jesus said everyone was evil. Jesus made a statement that everyone is evil, and everyone is evil. They just don't think they are. Because they don't know what good it really is. They don't know what holiness of God really is. Well, there is no darkness at all dominating, and all darkness is an information that's dominated you and taken you over. Jesus said, if the light be in you is darkness, how great is that darkness? And people can shift from light to darkness and very based on what triggers them, which is usually a scar from the past. But of course, there's different states of mind like what this guy's in. So what caused this, even it can be a combination of things. Sugar can kick the mind. See, I'm not saying just sugar by itself, but there's just like a camel that has, let's say a camel will break at 1,000 pounds of weight. Now, I have no idea what a camel can bear, but let's say he'll break at 1,000 pounds. Now, weight, it doesn't matter what the weight is. It can be water you're carrying on the camel. It can be your tent. It can be all different things, but it still equals weight that breaks a person down, right? Now, when you have this type of state of mind, you're already at a state of mind in which a little thing can break you down. Because you're already carrying a large weight of stress, and you're already ready to break, because you can't stop thinking about these things that bother you. And then certain things, as you go in life, it starts triggering those things, and then you can get angry about things that happened in the past, which probably is what he did. He finally got fed up, just like these people that stormed the Capitol that got fed up with all the things that the media was doing, and the lying people like Maxine Walters, who lied and said Trump was impeaching before she had any evidence. Lawmakers don't do such things. Lawmakers are fair judges of the evidence. She was going by her instincts, which is really her scars of the past of how white men probably treated her. And they probably did treat her dirty. I bet some white people, as old as she is, treated her dirty, and she had a hate for him, and she's seen a powerful white man, and she's the one that's actually racist and doesn't know it. So she sees a powerful white man getting power, and she doesn't want him to have power. So just by instinct alone, thinking what she knows about white people, which probably some white people did abuse her and treated her unfair, just like they abused Hitler. The Jews abused Hitler and said, you can't be an artist because your art's not that good. So what does Hitler do? He goes around stealing all the art and trying to define what good art is, and they killed his dreams. To kill somebody's dream is a very mean thing to do, but it happens all the time. If they can make you let go of your dream, well, then you let go of it. And some people don't. So let's see what Asperger's is. I mean, to me, it's just a deeper level of ADD. I would say it's an obsessive behavior, because he's totally shifted in the heart portion of the brain, which can obsess over stuff and not let go of it. And if you know anything about physical things, you know that if I throw a rope around a horse and I have it tied to my hands, guess what's going to happen in the physical realm? It's going to drag my ass, because the horse is more powerful than I am, so he's going to drag my ass until he gets tired. Now, this mental heart thing that we use is a powerful thing. The heart is what motivated us to go to the moon. The heart is what motivated men to die and to hold the flag up in the Star-Spangled Banner national anthem, which is what the national anthem's written about. They held the flag up even though they knew they were going to die. Let's play that real quick. The heart is what made these people hold the flag up even if they knew they were going to die. And that's what the national anthem is about. See, that's the heart. That's the power of the heart. So that's what we're dealing with here when these people that are in this heart state of mind locked into it, whether it be ADD or Asperger's, which I believe is a more extreme version of ADD. I'll have to look at it. I've never really looked at it to see what it is. But we're going to look at that next. But first, let's show you what the heart can make people do. Our national anthem is really about the heart of the people. They call it the land of the they call it the land of the free and the home of the brave. It was the heart which refused not to birth this nation that made them stand there and hold the flag up even though they knew they were going to die. That's the power of the heart. And that's the thing, the horse that I said that drags you when you hold on to it, that's what you're dealing with here. Do you understand? That's the power that's dragging these people to do the things they do. And it can be a powerful good thing, or it can be a powerful bad thing. So let's look at the national anthem so we can look and see the power of the heart, which birthed this country. That's what this is about, the heart. Everything's about the heart. I probably shouldn't even be giving away these secrets. Like you never heard it. But that's what life's about. I shouldn't even be talking about this stuff. I haven't even written any books yet.
There was a lawyer once. His name was Francis Scott Key. He penned a song that I'm sure you're aware of. You've seen it. It's in most hymnals throughout our churches. It's called the National Anthem. It is our song as an American. We go, however, to a ball game. We stand in our church services and we sing the words of that song, and they float over our minds and our lips, and we don't even realize what we're singing. Most of us have memorized it as a child, but we've never really thought about what it means. Let me tell you a story. Francis Scott Key was a lawyer in Baltimore. The colonies were engaged in vicious conflict with the mother country, Britain. Because of this conflict and the protractedness of it, they had accumulated prisoners on both sides. The American colonies had prisoners and the British had prisoners. And the American government initiated a move. They went to the British and they said, let us negotiate for the release of these prisoners. They said, we want to send a man out to discuss this with you. They were holding the American prisoners in boats about 1,000 yards offshore. And they said, we want to send a man by the name of Francis Scott Key. He will come out and negotiate to see if we can make a mutual exchange. On the appointed day, in a rowboat, he went out to this boat and he negotiated with the British officials. And they reached a conclusion that men could be exchanged on a one-for-one basis. Francis Scott Key, jubilant with the fact that he'd been successful, went down below in the boats, and what he found was a cargo hold full of humanity, men. And he said, men, I've got news for you tonight. You're free. He said, tonight I have negotiated successfully your return to the colonies. He said, you'll be taken out of this boat, out of this filth, out of your chains. As he went back up on board to arrange for their passage to the shore, the admiral came and he said, we have a slight problem. He said, we will still honor our commitment to release these men, but it'll be merely academic after tonight. It won't matter. And Francis Scott Key said, what do you mean? He said, well, Mr. Key, he said, tonight we have laid an ultimatum upon the colonies. Your people will either capitulate and lay down the colors of that flag that you think so much of, or you see that fort right over there, Fort Henry? He said, we're going to remove it from the face of the earth. He said, how are you going to do that? He said, if you will, scan the horizon of the sea. And as he looked, he could see hundreds of little dots. And he said, that's the entire British war fleet. He said, all of the gunpowder, all of the armament is being called upon to demolish that fort. It will be here within striking distance in a matter of about 2.5 hours. He said, the war is over. These men would be free anyway. He said, you can't shell that fort. He said, that's a large fort. He said, it's full of women and children. He says, it's predominantly not a military fort. He said, don't worry about it. They said, we've left them a way out. And he said, what's that? He said, do you see that flag way up on the rampart? He said, we have told them that if they will lower that flag, the shelling will stop immediately. And we'll know that they've surrendered, and you'll now be under British rule. Francis Scott Key went down below and told the men what was about to happen. And they said, how many ships? He said, hundreds. The ships got closer. Francis Scott Key went back up on top and he said, men, I'll shout down to you what's going on as we watch. As twilight began to fall, and as the haze hung over the ocean as it does at sunset, suddenly the British war fleet unleashed. He says the sound was deafening. There were so many guns that there were no reliefs. He said it was absolutely impossible to talk or hear. He said suddenly the sky, although dark, was suddenly lit. And he says from down below, all he could hear the men, the prisoners, saying was, tell us where the flag is. What have they done with the flag? Is the flag still flying over the rampart? Tell us. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours into the shelling, every time the bomb would explode and it would be close to the flag, they could see the flag in the illuminated red glare of that bomb, and Francis Scott Key would report down to the men below, it's still up. It's not down. The admiral came and he said, your people are insane. He said, what's the matter with them? He said, don't they understand this is an impossible situation? Francis Scott Key said he remembered what George Washington had said. He said the thing that sets the American Christian apart from all other people in the world is he will die on his feet before he'll live on his knees. The admiral said, we have now instructed all of the guns to focus on the rampart to take that flag down. He said, we don't understand something. Our reconnaissance tells us that that flag has been hit directly again and again and again, and yet it's still flying. We don't understand that. But he said, now we're about to bring every gun for the next 3 hours to bear on that point. Francis Scott Key said the barrage was unmerciful. All that he could hear was the men down below praying. The prayer, God, keep that flag flying where we last saw it. Sunrise came. He said there was a heavy mist hanging over the land, but the rampart was tall enough. There stood the flag, completely nondescript, in shreds. The flagpole itself was at a crazy angle, but the flag was still at the top. Francis Scott Key went aboard and immediately went into Fort Henry to see what had happened. And what he'd found had happened was that that flagpole and that flag had suffered repetitious direct hits. And when hit had fallen, but men, fathers, who knew what it meant for that flag to be on the ground, although knowing that all of the British guns were trained on it, walked over and held it up humanly until they died. Their bodies were removed and others took their place. Francis Scott Key said what held that flagpole in place at that unusual angle were patriots' bodies. He penned the song, "Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming. Or the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that the flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet fly and wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? The debt was demanded. The price, it was paid.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets break through the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
So as I listen to that, I want to talk about Sandy Hook. Killer, which is labeled the killer, Adam. You know, was Adam free? No, he wasn't. He wasn't free. You know, my last name just happens to be Flag, and my first name's David. And a giant needs to be killed in this land, and that's things that are not true. You know, David killed a giant in the Bible, and this giant of labeling people as evil when they weren't free. Adam wasn't free. Adam was totally dominated by his mind. He wasn't free to make decisions. He had no control because of this thing called the heart. The heart is what made these men. The heart is what made these men die to birth this country. But the heart, as powerful as it is, it can send a man to the moon. It can motivate us to get to the moon with a computer in it that's not as smart as the phone that's sitting right here. Not anywhere near as smart as this phone. We can send a man to the moon because the heart is determined to do something. But this same heart, which I need to write a book about, can powerfully dominate an individual, that they do not have a thing called freedom that these men died for. So I don't know what caused Adam's. I'd have to investigate on what bound Adam's mind that his heart dominated him. Because that's all it was. His heart dominated. It's a very powerful thing. It can make a man homeless. His heart. Men are not prisoners of fate, but prisoners of their own mind. This heart that can dominate certain mental states of mind, depending on as far as what caused it, you're not free. Do you understand? These people died for freedom. Their heart wanted freedom, but he didn't have freedom. He wasn't free to think his own thoughts, to be in control. He didn't grow up old enough to ever evolve. And you know something? There's a saying that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. But if you reverse that saying, or if you look at that saying, if it doesn't make you stronger, it can kill you. And that's what happened with Adam. Adam was killed by his heart. His heart didn't become stronger because he was already in a weakened state. Now, what caused that weakened state? I mean, you can look in his eyes, and I can tell by looking in his eyes, he is not connected to his frontal lobes at all. Now, as you grow as an individual, it took me to reach 60. I'm almost 63 years old, and I'm just now beginning with severe ADD. I'm just now beginning to start to have a little bit of freedom. It took me till 63 years old. And I want to write a book to help other people be free. But my life is destroyed. And the country doesn't help. I mean, I've got growths on me that I know could be that probably are cancerous. You know, I don't have hospitalization, and they could kill me. Even though I've battled all my life to get free. But one thing I do have is I'm starting to get faith. And God's going to help me. Because God's good. And I couldn't even have faith as a Christian because my heart was too dominated by fear and not trusting God and judgment of my own self. But I couldn't even have faith because my heart was too messed up to have faith. I believed in God. Demons believe in God, right? God manifested himself to me, spoke in an audible voice, so I knew he was real. But when he looked at me in that vision, he just looked at me and he basically told me he cared about me. And he couldn't help me. Now, he did help me. He couldn't help me at that moment. I mean, he could have, but he chose not to. He chose me to live and to suffer and to go through 40 years of wilderness. Now, he didn't really choose that. He made a way for me, but I didn't listen to him. More than 40 years ago, he spoke to me and he said he wanted to send me on a path of discovery, but it's probably better that I went this path. But the last 40 years were very bad. But But what's bad can be good for someone else. Everything in the Bible that's bad, that we say, oh, this person was sinful, this person did this, it's all learning so that we don't have to make the same mistakes. So when a Christian is dominated like I was, that's a powerful thing, because you can teach other people not to be dominated like you, if they're interested. But it's a mental, physical, and a spiritual thing. So someone like Adam, I don't judge him. I can't judge him. Only God can do that. But I can start to judge him. Wisdom is the power to judge and make the soundest judgment based on knowledge, experience, and understanding. And guess what? The media is not a priesthood, or not that these priesthood have any understanding. It isn't a God perspective, of a real God perspective. The media doesn't have that. Number two, the media isn't a psychological expert. Number three, the media isn't a doctor or a physical expert. And all three of these can cause this: mental, physical, and spiritual. You can just have a blow to your head. Okay, I thought I was showing this guy, but I wasn't. I was showing only myself. Ah. But this right here, these eyes, that can be caused by mental domination, physical domination, just like the brain blow that the guy had that changed his behavior, or it can be caused by spiritual domination, or a combination of all three. And you can look in this guy's eyes and see that he's totally in the heart portion of the brain, what I call the heart. So even the major food companies that dump all this sugar, I mean, just let's look at just one cause of this mental crash of Americans. The mental destruction and destruction of people in the United States versus other nations. Just the food that we eat. You are what you eat. Not including Hollywood, not including what you encounter from your parents in school, and these are all informational downloads of some kind, whether it be physical, mental, or spiritual. It's all it's an informational download when you get down to it. Whether it be mental, physical, or spiritual, it's a type of download. Food particles, that's an informational download. You are what you eat. That's information that you put in yourself, and it becomes you. It's broken down, and it becomes who you are. Now, on a mental level and a spiritual level, it's all downloads of type of information, whether it be physical information, mental information, or spiritual information. And it creates information. What does information do? What does DNA do? DNA speaks and it creates something. If it has enough materials to create that information. If you get disconnected, if your umbilical cord gets kinked off, well, you don't have the energy of the information that's coming from that to produce a viable baby. Because the information which is coming through the umbilical cord, all that really is information, physical information, which creates. So when we look at someone like this, you gotta, it's not as simple as just saying this guy's evil. That's bull. He's dominated by evil, but that doesn't mean that he is held responsible. You can't say he's evil. Because you don't know what's happened. You don't know the cause. So let's take a look at Asperger's. I hear that the so-called expert of climate control, Greta Thunberg, has Asperger's. And we're letting this person speak as far as a leader of this stuff? No, you're talking about a person that's obsessive and can't let go of a thought. And sometimes that's good. Einstein couldn't let go of a thought, and he cracked relativity. He cracked plenty of theories of things because he didn't let go of something. So there's a place for people like that. I'm not saying that, but you don't want people like that to be our judges. People are tied on an obsessive thought and can't let go of it, no matter hell or high water. Now, I just personally saw Greta Thunberg get on a boat on a YouTube video, and she got to see what it was like not to have energy. She got called out, said, "Oh, you're on ships." She wasn't using planes, which use fossil fuels, so she got on ships and got called out and said, "Hey, you're going across the ocean. You're not practicing what you're preaching." So she got on this little tiny boat. These people were pretty good navigators, and they ventured just a small little bit in the Pacific, and a storm rose up. And within one day, Greta couldn't stand. Couldn't stand when reality of not using fossil fuels to get from one place to another bit her in the butt. Within the first day, everyone else is standing, but she's down. She can't even be on the video because she's in a conscious state of mind. When reality hits her. And there's a video, I'm not going to point out where the video is, but it's on YouTube. It was a famous YouTube people that live on their boat on the ocean. I'm sure if you search, you can find the video. But sometimes reality is different than what you believe. You can't practice what you preach because reality, going back to the days of when Columbus sailed across the ocean, it was a life, of course we have more navigational technology information to help us, but the reality of crossing something as powerful as the Pacific Ocean and the vastness of it is, it can take down the Titanic. I mean, the Titanic sunk. We're talking about a little tiny sail ship that she got on. But anyway, let's drop that subject. Let's see what Asperger's is, because I don't even really know. But obviously I can tell by looking at this guy's eyes, it's a disconnect from the frontal lobes, or what I know of is shifting into living in the now moment and not getting stuck in the heart. That's how I know it. So let's see what Asperger's is. Asperger's. But I can just look in the guy's eyes and see what it is. See, it's nonverbal communication. It's breaking down the communication. So that makes perfect sense to me. Why is this highlighted on yellow? Well, that's weird. So they call it a wide term as neurodevelopmental disorder. What a wide-ranging term. Well, that's kind of an interesting term, neural development. So you're not developing in the right direction. So they call it a disorder, as in dysfunction, as in not operating normally. Okay. Okay, social interaction. The first thing that speaks to me is social interaction. See, introverted thinking is ADD type thinking. You're going to have trouble with social interaction because you're thinking with your heart. So of course you're listening to your heart and you're not connected to reality. You're in the matrix. So you can't socially interact because you can't get your ass out of the matrix, is how that works. And now they call it nonverbal communication. what is this? It's characterized by difficulties in social interaction. Okay, that makes sense to me. Now, what's this? And nonverbal communication. It's not going to see. No. It's characterized by significant difficulties in social and nonverbal. Nonverbal communication would be this information passed. Like, for example, if I was a police officer and I was directing traffic, I would direct traffic by hand signals and which is just communication in that way. So what that well, of course it would be of course that would be true, because that goes back to awareness. You're not aware, so you're disconnected from people, which are in the real world, in the real moment, in the real time. You're in the matrix of your heart. And then, of course, if you're in the matrix of your hearts, of course you're going to have difficulty with nonverbal communication, because you're not living in the now moment. So that's very similar to ADD, as far as the ADD that I have. But the difference is my ADD is I am highly connected to nonverbal communication. That's the difference. But then after I get that information, like a dog that has a nose that can sense things, it's an empathic information gathering. I sense people. So this is more severe. I get kicked out of reality by my problem. I see information, nonverbal information. I get 1,000 times more information from nonverbal information than other people do. So then that causes my ADD, kicks me out of reality, because I'm getting tons of information that other people can't see, like an empath. So that's what causes me to kick me back in the same place that they're at, as far as disconnected from reality in a matrix, because I'm seeing information, how people act and behave. It's just like these kids that were upset at these professors that were talking, and they were waving their hands, and these kids were like upset, saying the professor can't wave his hands like that. That's a very immature. It's kind of an immature weakness in them, that they're not thinking, they're perceiving. They're not listening to what the professor's saying. They're only seeing his movements, and that's the information of what's being passed to them. They perceive that as violence in the way the professor's moving hand, when all he's doing is passionate about his point, trying desperately to communicate some common sense to these kids that can only see the movement of the hands. That's the only information they're getting from the professor. They're disconnected, and they're disconnected that because the triggering of their past, they're not mature enough to see what the professor's actually saying. That's the only information that's being transmitted to them, and that's kind of an ADD type of state of mind of these kids that are attacking professors because they're waving their hands. That shows you the immaturity and the lack of mental development that they're at, which is, they're only 19, 20 years old. And that doesn't mean they'll mature as they get older. They're definitely going to mature if they get power in controlling people that way. So I see this as more of a disconnect. So they're saying it's an autism spectrum. To me, I don't know that much about autism, but I see it as a complete disconnect from reality. And you're living totally in your own matrix. And all I know about autism is that the kids smack themselves in their head because they're trying to sense reality and snap themselves out of the matrix that they're in. That's my understanding of that, but I haven't studied this, so I don't know for sure, but that's what I think. I could be wrong on that one. So he had he was totally disconnected if he had Asperger's. I don't know. He didn't look. I'm not sure what he really had. This stuff's a little bit more complicated than. Says the exact cause of Asperger's is unknown. Well, it's largely inherited. Underlying genetics, and that's just talking about physical, not mental informational downloads of. So you have mind and spirit also. So just looking at a physical programming of DNA, not. See, that's only genetics is only talking about the physical predisposition by the download of physical information, but not taking in physical information as in, let's say you get a lot of sugar in your system and it messes up your focus. Which there's so many other factors from having too much yeast in your gut that I believe that too much damage in your gut can weaken you and actually make you lose focus from that. Because I've treated my gut and my focus has improved. Because you have fatigue all the time. And you're battling a battle in your gut, so you're tired because you're already fighting a war in your gut. And as I talked about earlier in this video, how that you have a football-sized field in your gut, in which you're taking stuff from the outside world and you're putting it inside. And if your gut is leaking stuff into it, then the immune system's going to be bad. There's going to be a war that's being fought. Anytime you have a cold, which is a war being fought, or sinus infection or infection anywhere, you're fighting a war, but this is going on in your gut, so you're tired all the time. And when you're tired all the time, the brain kicks into a daydream natural state of mind, which you do when you sleep and you lose consciousness. You shift into a daydream state of mind, which is, going back to what I call the matrix. You're living in your daydream state of mind. So a physical, just something like too much sugar can break down the gut, which can cause a chronic fatigue, which then can lead to ADD type thinking, which is a disconnect from living in the now moment and being stuck in the heart. So that's just one physical cause I personally believe can cause ADD, which is a disconnect from. This is more complicated than just like the camel I was talking about, how so many different things can cause weight on the camel and break it down. What's this? It says brain imaging has not been identified a common underlying condition. It says in 1913, the diagnosis of Asperger's was removed from the Diagnostic Status Manual of Mental Disorders. With now the symptoms including autistic spectrum. See, I think you can have combinations of all different types of things in the brain. You can have a combination of ADD, Asperger's, autism. Here's the concept of behavior therapy, which is like self-talk, which makes you aware of your unconscious mind. I've only read it a couple times, but immediately I saw when I looked at it, all you're doing is being conscious of your underlying thoughts, which is totally in domination of the ADD mind. Now, someone that has true autism here isn't going to even be able to have conscious thoughts, to even look at their underlying thoughts. I mean, all speech therapy would do is try to get the mind out of the domination of being in the heart portion of the brain. says most students improve as they grow, but that's not true. Because if you're being triggered by, like this kid here, if you're being triggered by, for example, things that, whatever doesn't, the saying, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, but if you're already weak, it's killing you on an emotional level. So that's why he attacked the school, because that's where he experienced a lot of pain, because he wasn't developed enough to become stronger, so it made him weaker. Because he's probably teased at school and everything, but probably not only by teachers, but by students. So you see him going back to his school to attack the place where he was kind of at a threshold of growth. It was very painful for him. So he blamed that. Of course, not having any clue what's really wrong with his own self, he's triggered by that. But you got to understand, he's in an unconscious state of mind. He's not even in consciousness. So impulsively, he's blaming the stress that comes with being at a school, which is very cruel for someone who's already very weak. Now, we don't see mental disorders as weakness as like physical disorders. Now, if he had a physical disorder, we would have treated him special. Let's say he couldn't walk. He had, like, let's say he had MD and he couldn't walk. Now, because he had a physical disorder, they would have treated that. If everything special would have been accompanied and treated, because it was identified as a physical disorder, and it's so easy to see because you can't walk, you have MD. You can't participate in gym class because you have MD, but in a mental disorder like what he has, you're not treated because they can't specifically see it and identify it. You're not treated as somebody that's handicapped, severely handicapped, but he's mentally severely handicapped. So he's experiencing things that he's not ready for, which is the barbaric treatment in which kids treat each other, which is okay. Most people have trouble that are normal. They get some scars from childhood. Not unless you get special treatment. Let's say you're a beautiful girl and you get special treatment. Not that everything's special if you're beautiful. Or if you're intelligent and you get special treatment, or if you're a sports athlete and you get special treatment. Different things can give you special treatment. Where you escape some of the judgment. But even teachers have put expectations on kids of this nature, which they can't perform. So let's listen to a little bit more of this.
A diagnosis Adam refused to accept. Peter and Nancy separated in 2001. Peter's relationship with Adam
I mean, this is a difficult situation since nobody seems to know about any of this stuff. Nobody really understands or sees this for what it really is. Let's see if I'm still got my mic on. Test, test, test.
took his own life. In an interview with the New Yorker, Lanza, who says he never goes one single hour without thinking of that day, says he's speaking out now because I want people to be afraid of the fact that this can happen to them. It doesn't have to be understood to be real. Lanza describes his son as a cheerful child who loved Sandy Hook School and even used his savings to buy Christmas toys for needy children. But as the years passed,
Test, test, test. Oh, I did not have my mics on. See how these people are heart-driven? A heart-driven person will do some crazy things. Like he took his he took his money and bought things for needy children. But the heart-driven can be dominated very easily for good or evil, powerful good or powerful evil, because they're thinking totally with their heart. Now, the complete spectrum would be someone like Donald Trump. And I'm not saying Donald Trump is a cold person. I don't know him personally. But I know to be president, you can't be moved by... You have to look at the big picture, not the little picture. But you need to look at the little picture too. But your main focus has to be on the big picture. The country as a whole versus an individual, right? Not that individuals aren't important. Just like this guy's an individual, he's important. But the president can't... The president's job is to treat the country as a whole. Now, if a president was a true president... I'm going to say some wise stuff here. That may be wiser than any president's ever said. This might be one of the wisest things I've said. It's not the president's job to take care of the individual. He's treating the country as a whole, what's good for the country as a whole. Now, all the news that's saying that the president should be worried about the toothbrush that someone that doesn't even belong to this country needs, who's an immigrant, that's illegally coming into this country, when we're not even taking care of our own homeless, that's not his job. Even though it's every person's important and valuable, that's more of now whose job is that? That's the question. That's really not the president's job, I don't think, because he's got to look at the country as a whole. Well, what will make the country better as a whole? That's really his job. Now now is it the federal government's job to take care of this? Now, if the news was pure and honest and good, they would be bringing attention to these things, not for the president to do all these things, but to compel the citizens of the community. Let's face it, it has to be a team effort. Everything has to be a team effort. Not one man can do everything. So the goal of the media, if they really care about these people, shouldn't be to point it all on the president, because that's not his main function. The function is the news, if they really care about these people, which I don't believe they actually really do. They're just trying to condemn Donald Trump because they want to be the leader, right? They want to tell him what to do. They want to lead the people. They want to feel like they're the president. And that's honestly why what they do. They love the attention they get from... They're like the scribes and Pharisees in the Bible. Scribes and Pharisees did what they did for the reward, right? They really weren't interested in making America great or helping people. They just want power and fame. To be honest on what the media is really doing. I'm not saying the media got obsessed over Donald Trump. Sickly obsessed. They were sick as a dog. If they were really good and really were leading the country properly, they would have been trying to get the country to work as a team, not just federal, but state, local, churches, individuals to help people, right? But we don't even help our own. We got a home for every homeless person we have in the United States. We have an empty home just sitting there. That means we have a house for every homeless person. So we're not even taking care of our own. So how are we going to start taking care of the immigrants when we're not even taking care of our own? We don't even have laws in place that even take care of our own. And then if people do get help because they have mental disorders or physical disorders or even spiritual, I highly believe in the spiritual disorders. It's a very real thing. Now, most of you don't, but that's okay. Because it manifests as a mental disorder. And if we just worry about that, well, that's good enough. I mean, I'm not saying that we shouldn't treat the spiritual but that's the church's job. So people can go to church for that. But as far as what we can do, these people, we can address that they have a physical disorder and a mental disorder and that they need help. And we need to help these people, right? If they want help. Now, if they want to live on the street, well, that's their freedom as a United States citizen to do that. And if they choose that, we should even support that. If you feel compelled to give them $1, I give people like that money all the time. And I don't make much money. Right now I only make $12 an hour and have no benefits and have no health care and probably have skin cancer on me right now that's probably might kill me if I don't take care of it. Which I have no money. I don't have money for that, or medical insurance because I don't make enough money to afford it. So I might die. And I've already almost died quite a few times. Almost had a heart attack about a year ago, but that's a whole nother story. Almost died from that. But we don't really take care of our own. And am I valuable? Is not the information I'm saying here of value for this country? I think it is. I think it's very valuable. And I even begin to become valuable yet. I didn't begin to even write any books and really become valuable yet. But I can become way more valuable than this. Because I'm finally free of the way I thought, and now I can use the other portion of my brain and really manifest some powerful things. And there's no limit to what I can do. And help other people, including people in the entire world. I mean, I know it's true because everybody suffers from the same thing to some degree. It's not very difficult. It's not very complicated. How can I help the world? Well, teach them about how the heart works, because that's the core of every problem that we have. And I don't want to reveal too many secrets. But that's what the news media should be doing, but the news media doesn't give a damn. The news media doesn't give a damn. All they care about is power. That's their reward. They want to be worshipped like a god. They want to act like they're medical experts about the virus, the COVID-12 and all this other stuff, when they really aren't. And then some of the people they get to talk, I don't believe that they're experts either. Because they're not interested in truth, they're interested in controlling and dictating and acting like they know everything, and I don't believe that they do. And I don't believe that their interest is really to make America great, which that is not a bad slogan. They would rather destroy Donald Trump and everything he ever tried to do than because they're immature and they feel like he shouldn't be in power. So all they did was spend all their, I feel like saying an F word, all their effing time trying to destroy him and trying to help this country that's dying and getting weaker by the moment. And they don't even want to admit that that's true. They think global warming is going to destroy the country. But you dumb, completely idiot, look at the national debt, you fool. It's like blood leaking out of us, and we're getting. It's. I see the national debt as black energy, or not black energy, dark energy, expanding in a way in which it cannot be stopped. It's destruction. It is absolute destruction for this country if it's not solved. It shall be destroyed. And there's no stopping it. And these other countries know it. I personally believe China deliberately did the virus to weaken the country because they know that the national debt will destroy us by itself. They don't have to fire a shot to begin to take this country apart piece by piece. And Donald Trump was trying to stop that. They can see. They don't have to fire a shot to destroy us. And what's sad is that we're destroying our own self by not operating as a team. By making America great, stop looking at the DNA of that as Donald Trump. Look at it as a fact of the country. That we need to make this country great. And we need to give people a chance. Donald Trump had a way, he wanted to try it. We need to give him a chance. You know, sometimes what somebody does goes, like what Obama did, sometimes you need a Trump to come in and do what he's going to do for a season, and then someone like Obama come back in and do what he does. Sometimes it's a voice from both sides, and you reach a middle ground which benefits, which finds the truth. Sometimes the truth is, yes, you need to do this now, and then do this later. Or sometimes the truth, but the bottom line is the country is dying, and we're not taking care of our own. And until we find the truth or honesty, we're going to continue to just play power games and destroy each other, and eventually our energy will take us over. It's one way or another. And what's sad is that they're using freedom, our own freedom. I mean, this isn't rocket science. You come into this country, you say, well, let's say you're a. I don't know that much about Muslim religion, but what I do know is there are extremists that took down the Twin Towers. Now they know they can come in our country. They know that they can use the freedoms of it, get trained, and maybe even have our own country pay for it to teach them how to fly planes and use our own resources and our own freedoms to be here and here eating our food, living in food stamps and whatever they do to get here. These extreme. I'm talking about extremists. I'm not talking about the general Muslim, which I don't know that much about, so I'm not going to say anything about them. This is just about the extremist. They can come here and use the freedoms of this country and even the resources of this country and then destroy the country that they came in. Now, now what's to say that these people are not coming into this country knowing the freedoms that we have to get positions of power and in using the own freedom to protect them in those positions of power to destroy this country and to get in governmental seats and different things. Why are you saying that they can't do that? Oh, they can very easily do that. And I'm sure that they are doing that. I mean, why wouldn't they? If you have a computer and you have a firewall around it, if you leave a door open, is not someone going to go through that door? Duh. So there's a doorway there. And the doorway is the very thing that founded this country. Freedom. They're using that doorway against us. The very thing that this country was built on is the very doorway in which they're getting into this country. And getting access and power to Trojan virus. And I'm sure it's here. I'm sure it is here in one form or another. So we have to admit to ourselves that that's a door that's open. We have to fully 100% realize that that is a doorway where we can be exploited, and to be on guard on what comes through our doors. And that's not just a doorway to get into the country, that is a doorway to take power and even be president of the United States. Someone could hatch a plan, move to this country, hatch a plan, and end up as president of the United States. It can be done. And if not president, in very powerful positions in government and many other places. And that doorway is the doorway of freedom. So that's something you have to be aware of, what freedom really is. Now, freedom gives us the right to smoke cigarettes. And almost as many people died from cigarette smoking. 480,000 people died from cigarette smoking as the coronavirus, but we didn't do a damn thing about. The news media has had it all worked up over the coronavirus, but they've never said a damn word about cigarette smoking. I worked as a respiratory therapist, took care of people in nursing homes, and they're breathing through a tube that's been drilled into their neck so that oxygen and air can be pumped into their lungs so that they can survive. And I watched them die a slow death of suffocation for 2 years on a ventilator in a nursing home, which the news never talks about. Have I ever seen the news even once talk about it? Is there even a video on YouTube anywhere? But we have 480,000 people die from cigarette smoking. Then we had about 500,000 people die in 1 year. Now you can't keep adding on the virus deaths after a year of the virus being here. You have to reset it and say, okay, we're in a new year. You can't keep adding on to it and saying, oh, we got this many deaths. You have to go by per year to see how dangerous it actually is. You can't overinflate numbers. And then you can't I work in the medical field. People that have pre-existing conditions, all it takes is a straw to break the camel's back and kill them. If I already have extreme lung disease because I smoked for such and such years, then I get the virus, well, I'm going to die. There's a possibility I'll die. Because I've already going to die from cigarette smoking, from damaging my lungs. So, what does this have to do with the original thing I was talking about? I was talking about the heart. The heart is our belief system on what we believe is true or not. Now, the media has brainwashed. There's a saying that says, out of sight, out of mind. Do you realize that that simple saying, even though it appears to be a simple saying, out of sight, out of mind, do you realize that whatever's put in your mind is what you're going to focus on and what you're going to put your energy and time and your belief system in? And now, and they know that this is true. These people that run Facebook, Twitter, these major corporations, they know that your mind is addicted. They know that the principle of what Solomon said, as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. They understand the principle of whatever captures your attention is going to dominate your mind and your thinking, and whatever dominates your thinking is what you're going to produce and what you're going to put your time and energy into. So you're a puppet to them. And they know that out of sight, out of mind. If they don't talk about the 480,000 people that die from cigarette smoking and all they talk about is the virus, and then, like I said, a lot of those deaths are from pre-existing conditions, if they don't tell the truth and put stuff in proper reality and perspective, then they're going to control you like puppets. The military brainwashes its people to be soldiers. I mean, I've watched it. And I'm not saying that that's bad, because a soldier's got to do what it's got to do. It's a killing machine. It's a machine that kills. And sometimes the Bible says there's a time to kill, and there is a time to kill. I'm not saying the United States has always used the license to kill. You know, they really didn't. They didn't even get in the world in World War II, and that's the war that they should have got in. But they didn't see it coming. They didn't see Hitler. If they wouldn't have gotten the war, Japan did the world a favor when they attacked the United States, because we got in the war. They actually did the world a favor, because Hitler could have developed his rockets. Hitler could have developed his nuclear bombs, and if we would have sat back and done nothing. If we would have just sat back and partied like they were doing in the roaring 20s, which led to pretty much the culture in the United States just doing their own damn thing, just like the brainwashed culture that we're in right now, where we're not focused on what's really happening in the world. The news has completely tried to destroy Donald Trump for 4 years. The news completely, we're doing all these things and not putting a focus on what the hell is really going on in the world and what the world is thinking. The world sees us just like a psychiatric patient, just fighting with its own self, like a two-headed man creature, fighting among its own self. That's what the United States is. They're just sitting there back laughing as we destroy our own self, not being aware of what's really going on in the world. Well, they see our weakness and they see us fighting with our own self, so they're just going to take advantage of that. But the reason I recorded this was I just wanted to talk about the heart. You know, the heart, but the heart, they understand how the heart works. These people that brainwash you from Facebook, Twitter, they get your time, they get your money. 10 major food companies know if they put sugar, high fructose corn syrup in your food, that you'll be addicted to sugar, and that sugar is a powerful addiction because it causes yeast to grow in your gut, and the yeast actually control your brain. Like if you stop eating sugar for a couple weeks, well, your yeast dies off, and then you stop craving sugar. But they know this stuff, and they're doing it deliberately, and they've also falsified the sugar is what causes heart disease. They've falsified the information saying sugar isn't the problem. They've lied to you, said that fats are the problem. They've absolutely lied to you. And now the truth is starting to come out about sugar. But it's too late. Everyone's addicted to this shit. Everyone's addicted to it. And so it doesn't matter if the truth comes out. Because people... and it also causes attention deficit disorder and can lead to... It can lead to mentally weak people. It causes us to fight more among our own self. Just that one thing. And I'm only talking about one physical thing. There's millions of things. Our food that eat is one of the major things that we do. Now Hollywood is another thing. That's something else we eat. We've been brainwashed by Hollywood, and as I recorded in some of my other videos, the United States started to be destroying when radio came out in 1920. And it started brainwashing the nation, changing it into an image. It became one mind. You see the Roaring 20s when radio came out in 1920. You see by the end of 1929 that the United States was all about a certain culture of dance and partying, and then it led to premarital sex, which then led to abortion. And on a spiritual ramification, that's a blood sacrifice offering to Satan himself by doing his will. We see the destruction of the family, people just having sex. You see the song written by the guy called, what was that guy's name? The Wanderer. You see him sitting there blatantly singing a song called The Wanderer, saying, you know, he's singing, just look, go to the song and look at it. You see all these healthy looking Americans, which you don't see now. Let's just take a little look at it real quick. You see all these healthy Americans, very healthy looking Americans, which you don't see now because of the 10 major food companies. But you see a totally sick type of American compared to what you used to see in the United States. You look at the difference. I'm just going to show snapshots of this video. Images. Anyway, we've got this slick-looking, good-looking guy singing about, in the song, about how he's just, you know, just having sex with as many women as he wants. And then you look how healthy these people look. They just look so healthy. Look how thin and trim they are. Look at the energy that they have. And they're taking in, they're being brainwashed by this message. But look at how healthy these people are. You don't see these people going bald. Look at their hair. The men aren't going bald. Their hair looks healthy. This is before the 10 major food companies dominated all the stuff that they put in our food. Which not only breaks you down physically, but mentally. Anyway. But once you start heart thinking, once people start becoming heart thinkers, they're totally dominated by they become emotionally more reactive and more easily controlled. But there's three things that control heart thinking. It's physically what you eat, mentally what goes into you, like this message here. It's a brainwashing message. And Hollywood just controls society. Just like in the 1920s, radio came out and transformed the image of an entire culture. Most people aren't aware that just one thing changed an entire culture. Remember I said out of sight, out of mind? Well, what got put in everyone's mind was this. The Roaring '20s. That's when radio came out. There's a picture of a radio. It changed the culture into doing all of this. And we were in 1920 now. And after that culture sunk in, it changed the entire image of the way a nation thought by media. It changed everyone to that image. It changed the entire structure of the United States. The Dust Bowl. So in the Bible, guess what? We're talking about heart. In the Bible, the heart, Jesus refers to it as ground. So after the heart of the nation is transformed into an image by remember, out of sight, out of mind, well, by putting this into the minds of the people, the heart of the people changed completely away from God, completely away from morality. They just started almost an image of what you see in the Ten Commandments, where in the movie The Ten Commandments, where the people just started worshiping idols and then they started having sex. Well, that's kind of what happened based on the image of radio that brought, and I'm not saying radio can be bad. It can transform people into whatever image that, what is it? What are we talking about? What is an image? I said that God is in the King James Version Bible 4,444 times. His word is his image. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. That's the image of God, the DNA of God. Now, if I put a DNA out in culture, whatever the media puts out in culture is going to transform a nation into that image. So whoever controls the media controls the culture and the destiny of an entire country. So in the Bible, God calls the heart ground. So after the media transformed the image of man, the radio, which began in 1920 and spoke until 1929, when every household probably about had a radio by 1929, lo and behold, the heart of the nations changed, and that took the Spirit of God out of the people's hearts. And that represents moisture. And then what happens to the heart of the United States, which is ground, which is God saying to the United States, You took my spirit out of the people. They started acting like they started acting like in the Ten Commandments, where they just started, partying and having sex, because you took the remembrance of God out of the country. So then what does God do? Well, he allows Satan to curse the ground. What did happen in Genesis? What was cursed? What was cursed in Genesis? Duh. I didn't even saw this till just now. God just brought it to me. I didn't even realize this. I might have said it. God might have brought it to me another time, but he just said, what was cursed? What was cursed? The ground was cursed in Genesis. He said the ground was cursed. Why would he curse the ground? Because it's the heart. The heart, we brought a curse onto us. And the Bible says, I put a blessing before you, a mountain of blessing or a mountain of cursing. And it's a choice. And you're going to choose whatever the media puts out there. And they put a specific message out there and brainwash you. So we see the ground just rising up in the heartland of the country. And in the Bible, the ground represents heart. So the entire United States, the soil just rose up and ended up in the air because there was no moisture. So then in 1920, we're wearing masks now. In 2020, we're all wearing masks. Well, guess what they were doing in the 20s back in? People wearing masks in the Dust Bowl. See the masks they were wearing? They were wearing masks. Just like 100 years has went by, and now we're wearing masks again. See these masks they had to wear? They died if they didn't have these masks on, if they were outside. Their lungs filled up with dirt and they died. And what did God say in the Bible? He put the breath of life in man, so they couldn't even breathe. They breathed in this spiritual DNA from radio, and the nation changed to a different image. So God lets a physical representation of what they've done manifest on the earth. In the heartland, all the soil just rises up and it just covers buildings. The Dust Bowl covering buildings. Look at this. Things were just buried in this dirt. Burying houses, just burying things. It rose up and just buried things. It says 16 million acres destroyed in Texas by erosion. And it happened in the heart of the country. Oh, this is an interesting sign. You gave us beer, now give us water. I guess that was another thing that was going on back then. But this is just the first manifestation. The depression also rose up. Because when Satan strikes, he strikes. When Satan has legal permission, all he has to do is say to God, well, look at your country, the United States, which was founded by the image of some of your forefathers that had certain images. They wanted freedom, and they got freedom, and we use freedom to do what we wanted, whatever we wanted to do, but it's a double-edged sword. It can cut your enemy, or it can cut you down. So we have freedom, and we exercise freedom. We started having sex, partying and having sex, and just defiling every commandment that God ever wrote. Because we wanted freedom, and this is the price that we pay. Satan has then free will over our nation. And so then you had the Dust Bowl happen, you had the Great Depression happen. Satan had then legal right to curse this ground, the country. Because he said, look, well, they're not in the image of you anymore, Satan says to God in the court of heaven. He says, they're not worshiping you anymore. They're in their own image. And guess who has an own network, who has their own version of religion? Oprah. She has an own network. She, as far as I can tell, rejected the Bible and God of the Bible because she don't understand it. The Bible says, trust in the Lord and lean not to your own understanding. And some of the stuff that Oprah believes, I commend. But she doesn't understand what's really going on. It says, lean not to your own understanding, but that's what Oprah did. And in some ways, what Oprah's putting out there is better than many religions, as far as how they walk in the spirit per se, or in a spirit. I shouldn't say the spirit, but in a spirit. They walk in a good spirit. Some of these people, just like Buddha walked in a good spirit. But anyway, I don't have time to talk about this anymore. But other manifestations happened. The Great Depression, because the heart of the nation got changed into the wrong image, the heart of the nation. And I've been there. I've sinned. I know what the destruction of what happens when you sin. I'm an individual experiment, not knowing any of these things. I got involved in it, and I had 2 homes, and now I have no home. I live in a dump of an apartment. But I learned that Satan has legal right. That's how I learned. By no one told me about this stuff. But this was going on in the nation. They changed in their own image, doing their own thing. And then Satan said, well, they're not in your image anymore, God, so they're mine now. They're more my people than your people. So Satan just started dominating, starting taking over. So first there was the Depression, the Great Depression, and then the Dust Bowl. There was another plague, I think, that happened during that time before World War II. All this continued, and then World War II came, and the Antichrist tried to raise up in Hitler, but there were still too many good Christians praying, which stopped the Antichrist. But I have a feeling this third time is going to be the charmer. And we can enter into that again. We're in the same pattern from 1920 and 2020. We're in the same pattern. And my last name being Flag, which represents freedom, can kill you if you're not careful. It's a double-edged sword. In the movie Private Ryan, the guy had, he had freedom and he didn't realize what he had. And he says to him, you had to earn this. Now, we didn't have to earn this, but we do have to respect it and keep it holy and value it and understand it. The word understanding is in the Bible more than faith and more than grace. Now, you can have freedom. You can do things, but it doesn't mean they're right. And the bottom line is you will reap what you sow if it goes against God's will. And the heart is how you make puppets and control people. And it's a spell. I don't have time to go deep spiritually into this. I just wanted to talk about the physical manifestations of the heart and how powerful it is. So I barely even touched on, and that's okay. But I don't have time to talk about this anymore. Anyway, freedom will kill us or destroy us. But at least we were free, right? Or were we? I found that you're not really free. Jesus said, I'll close with what Jesus said. Jesus said, my burden is not heavy and my burden is not light. That means if you keep, the secret of Christianity is if you actually keep it, you're blessed. And Jesus said the revelation of that, the rich man in the Bible. The rich man in the Bible had a free right to Jesus asked him to give up his riches. But what we didn't see is that when he gave up those riches, I personally believe that God would have gave him untold riches. But he was blessed because he kept the commandments. And Jesus pointed out knowing the secret of his wealth. Because Satan can't kill, steal, and destroy if you don't sin. And he said, I kept my commandments from the youth. That's why he was a rich man. And even Joe Rogan knows how to treat people right, which is a great commandment. But he doesn't believe in God, per se, but he knows he does that. And that's a powerful thing, a powerful blessing to keep any of God's commandments. And Joe treats people really well, far better than me. And I'm supposed to be a Christian. But I lived in darkness for 40 years, and I'm trying to rise up, and maybe I can be as good as Joe as far as the way I treat people. But he's got depth to him that I don't have. And I've only begun to wake up. He woke up when he was like 20 years old. He started waking up. He got out of that ADD mindset that he was in. He was so fearful he couldn't even go to a bank and deposit money because he was so afraid. He was introverted in his brain and that ADD type mind. He could have stayed there. The wrong things would happen in his life, but it didn't. He grew out of it. I'm 60 and I'm just now beginning. Now, it took Joe Rogan, what is he, 50? It took him 30 years to mature. I'm 60 and I'm just now beginning at where Joe Rogan was when he was 20. And I'm old and I'm tired. So I don't know if I'll grow into anything or not. But I do know the truth. I don't know if I'll become as mature as a Joe Rogan. But that doesn't mean that he knows the truth. He hasn't went down this rabbit hole, and he doesn't have a censor, like I talked about in the beginning of this. He's got a drug sensor, which he uses as a sensor to sense the spiritual realm, but what he doesn't know is that realm is not of God. And those entities are way superior than him. And he's drawn by their knowledge and their understanding. And they see right through him like he's nothing. Just like in that Revelation where he said God saw him as being naked in a sense, totally understanding him. That means he was totally understood by God. But what Joe doesn't understand is these demonic spirits that he's experiencing in these drug-induced states that he's seeing that they have intelligence. And they do. They've been around a long time. And what's interesting is he doesn't believe that they're real. That they're real entities. And that's the way they want it. It's very interesting stuff. I guess I'm going to start praying for Joe. Yeah, that's something I need to do. I can't pray for Joe if I don't get off here, so. But Joe's more rounded than I am. I've only just begun, and I'm old and I'm tired. And just like that flag that was beaten, and those dead bodies holding it up, that's kind of where I'm at. But I'm not beaten yet. It's not over. I'm still here, so. And hopefully I can become good. Because people like me are easily infected by things. But that's, for me, I'm going to pull out of this crap. As far as where I'll reach, who knows? But I'm woke now to a degree. I'll close with this story. 40 years ago, I've had a lot of different revelations. I've talked about it in some of my videos. But 40 years ago, God knew what was wrong with me. Even when God spoke to me in an audible voice. Let me make myself big again because I'm done with all this. How long have I recorded? I'm on 4 hours. 40 years ago, God spoke to me in an audible voice twice. And it took me about 40 years to realize, 40, 50 years to realize, well, 40 years, to realize how intelligent God was. That He knew everything about me 20 years ago when I was more kind of like these people, more like this type of person here, but not anywhere near as bad, but bad. It's more like, thought more like Adam here. Because it's an ADD type mindset, but it sounds like his is more severe than me, so he's more susceptible. Anyway, I just brought up Adam's picture and you couldn't see it because I had my thing blown up, but it's more like him, but not as bad as him, thank God. But now I'm waking up. I'd love to quit my job just so I can work on, because I'm so close to cracking the core secrets on how the mind works and how to break out of this stuff. To teach anyone how to do it. It's very important work of how to free yourself from your heart. And it has to do with all success, all intelligence, even learning. Processing of information, all has to do with how the heart hears and sees things. But this is stuff that most people don't know about. But I'm so close to, I should quit my job right now and start working on this stuff. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll put on my 2 weeks notice today. I'm tired. I mean, I can draw Social Security and I got enough money saved where I can start writing some books. But I'm one of the atoms that didn't go terribly wrong. I had my moments where I did some things that, I mean, I battled this stuff, this mental domination, it was so heavy. I didn't know that there's another world to live in, and I still haven't made it out. And keep my mind free, like, oh, I'm so physically weak from all the damage. I think it's hard to believe I'm even alive. Got good genes. People in my family live a long time, other than heart disease. I got good genes. I'm 62 and a half. But with me, I don't know. I would say I'm getting more angry about things than I've been before. But thank God I'm matured more than I can control. But I think I'm getting more angry about stuff because I've been through so much stuff. It's kind of like Moses in the Bible. He killed a man. Moses killed a man. And that was Moses. We're talking about Moses. And he wasn't even going through what the people were going through. But he had see how he had the power and the authority. So just like King David had the power and the authority to sin and get away with it, people with power and authority sometimes take liberties that other people can't do without and get away with it. But he didn't get away with it. So I'm a combination of the Israelites getting whipped and the Moses. I have the knowledge. I've been in both places. I've been rich, and now I'm extremely desolate and poor. Or was. I killed myself in the last year and saved some money. Trying to start over. Lost everything I ever worked for, but ADD is. I had one. Robin Williams had a monkey on his back all his life, but once he got a physical problem, the monkey was too much. He got two monkeys on his back, really. To be a comedian like Robin Williams, you got a monkey on your back to see the world the way he saw it. See, he could so perceive people's thoughts like an empath that he knew what they were thinking and he knew what to do to make them laugh. He realized how sensitive people were, and he turned it around, and it created a nice moment of funniness, but in reality he was probably very depressed because he did see these things about people, like a dog that has a nose that can sense things. He can sense these things about people, and he can turn it around and turn it into a funny situation and create an atmosphere, right? But in all reality, you can't, if that's not really you, it's an act. See, the comedic thing is not him really who he is. The comedic bit is an act of him putting on a certain spirit of behavior, but it's not really who he was. The truth of who he really was he was sensitive, and he learned to compensate by being hypersensitive because he could sense people and read their thoughts in their mind by the smallest movements, by looking in their eyes he could see what they're thinking, because he was so sensitive, like a dog that can smell a trail that no one else can see, because he could sense this stuff. He had to put on a comedic atmosphere to create an environment in which he could live in. It was more for him than it was even for them. But they enjoyed the atmosphere that he created. But that really wasn't who he really was. No, who he really was, I don't really know. But I'm sure his wife knew. And the people closest to him probably knew, if he manifested who he really was and didn't put that atmosphere out in a place in which he could live. So it's almost like creating you know how Dennis gives you laughing gas? Well, this is a sad way to look at it, but it's true. A dentist gives you laughing gas when you go to a painful situation in a dentist chair, right? So in a sense, Robin Williams was giving everybody laughing gas. A spirit of laughing gas. But the truth is, he actually felt, he could sense the evil in these people, and he was really afraid of it. But he had to create an environment that he could live in. But the real people that really knew who he was, and the way he felt, the sensitivity of how sensitive he probably was. If something really bothers you, you have to kind of face a person. And that's the difficulty that people like me and him have. He obviously learned how to compensate by comedy. It'd sure be interesting to see the early years of his life and see what really made him that way. And see, thinking that way made him feel like he was superior to them. Because he could, like a dog, sense information that only a dog can see and follow a trail that only he can follow. Robin could sense that stuff about these people, so it made him feel like a god or superior to them in that way also. Because he's getting information that they didn't know that they were giving out. He could look in their eyes and see their thoughts and their emotions and their personality. He could read that stuff because it's a language that most people aren't sensitive enough to see. The smallest of body language, the smallest of look in an eye. He could see that information instantly, like I can. So he learned comedy to compensate. Interesting. But the problem is he probably didn't like what he saw. It'd be interesting to see when he transformed and picked that up. It's a way of compensating. Interesting. And see, I'm discovering this right now as I talk. I'm looking at it and seeing it for what it is. And people love the guy because he was non-threatening. You got someone like Joyce, or what's that chick that's on The View? It's a comedic also. Joy. They just eat that up like candy. Someone like Robin Williams. And she probably loved the guy, where she hates someone like Trump, but I'm sure she's never really met the real Donald Trump. And she never really met the real Robin Williams. Now, what's interesting is if Joy really got to know the real Donald Trump and really got to know the real Robin Williams, which one she would like. Now, she'd have to be a mature person to see the truth on that. And I don't see Joy as someone I see flaw in her. I see a biased person that can't get over her own insecurities of being a woman, and because I've never seen her rise to maturity. I see she has a form of maturity, which she's able to control her thinking, but but I don't see her really rising to truth and maturity. Now, being a comedic person like her, you have to overcome your fears, but that doesn't mean you found the truth. That just means you overcame your fears. You can overcome your fears, but not in a true way. You can find ways that are powerful, but that doesn't mean that you found the truth. So Robin probably never was able to be the real him, is what I suspect, because, I mean, I suspect that, but I don't know for sure. But maybe he did find his real self as he was able to be among us who are evil. Maybe he did, I don't really know. But interesting. I see someone like Joe Rogan as someone that's real, that is in that place. I know Joe didn't like Robin Williams. I heard him comment about him. So maybe he didn't reach that. That's the only information that I have that I could make a judgment in that, which ain't really enough information. But Joe's pretty sharp guy. See if I'm still recording or still have my mic on. I do. But Jesus said the heart's a very deceitful creature, and yes, it is. It's full of DNA. Words are either life or death. They're either true or they're not. And do we learn to walk in truth? Do we learn to have freedom in this country and find the truth? Are we brave enough to look at the truth? Is the Black Lives Matters, for example, brave enough to actually look and see the truth that more black people actually kill black people? Police officers, I think, kill like 200 some black people a year. But black on black crime is like, last figures I looked at was 6,000 black people killing other black people. So did those black people not count? That they're killing, it's okay for them to kill their own? But they scream holy hell if a cop doing their job, a woman cop doing their job, who has a panic moment and actually shoots a black man who obviously was out of control. If nothing would have happened if he had the maturity, which he didn't. Cops don't shoot. I've been pulled over by cops. If I would have acted crazy, well, a cop would have shot my ass. Because cops don't give a damn about color. Cops care about behavior. And if I'd have acted like that guy acted, my ass might have got shot. That's just a reality of how cops are. Now, the woman, unfortunately, when you're in a panic situation, you either think with your head or you think with your heart. And that's all this woman did wrong. That's all this woman police officer did wrong, was she had a moment where her, in fear and losing control of the situation, she reached for something, and many things can make you be hard thinking versus overhead thinking in a day. For example, lack of sleep, her blood sugar being low. All of these can make you become a hard thinker in a panic situation. Even age. And you gotta be in these situations constantly and to know how to react. It's something cops have to really practice. And they don't have time to practice that because they're at work all day. When a percentage of their time should be practicing They might take him. They might do the gun thing once a year or something. I don't know what they do. But you have to practice these situations where it becomes automatic. Now, if you're not in these situations and it does become automatic that you reach for your gun or you reach for your taser, then you're gonna, in a weak situation, because everyone's human, they're gonna think with their heart instead of their head, which is an impulsive, reactive type way of responding in a pressure situation, and you're going to shoot at someone that's black. And when if a person's going to act like this black man acted, you're going to get shot. It doesn't matter if you're white or black. Now, I'm sure there's plenty of white people out there that's been shot. I can show you a video of where a black guy shot this white chick. Let's go to let's roll the film. But no one says anything about that. What's the difference? Let me find the video. I'm about ready to crash everything with all these windows open. Well, hopefully it doesn't crash. Okay, black man, and this was a black man. Black man shoots white woman with scissors. And anyone with any sense can tell this woman was really, she was crazy, but not crazy to be shot type crazy. And there was no reason to shoot her. He just blew her away. I mean, I'm not saying there wasn't a reason not to shoot her, but I mean, hindsight's always 20/20. Let's give the police officer that much, because as you watch the video, hindsight's always 20/20. I can see where the woman really wasn't serious about the whole thing. She stopped, totally stopped, and hindsight's always 20/20. So we have to remember to look at these things. When you play a video, hindsight's always 20/20. It's always easy to know what to do after you see all the facts, and then say you would react in a certain way. It's so much easier to see when you have 20/20 vision once you see the facts, and it's not the same thing. So but you could tell the woman, I mean, by 20/20 that she just wasn't going to really do anything with the scissors. But of course, this other situation, you can't quite compare the two. But in a pressure situation, like I said, if you're not trained, I mean, there was no reason to even blow this woman away here, but she got shot and killed. Because, of course, like I said, hindsight's 20/20. But you can tell that she just, was just, she was a little bit, she was crazy. I mean, obviously, totally heart-driven. Didn't think that he would really shoot her. I mean, she didn't believe that for a second. But she wasn't really going to do anything. Let's just play the film. Ah, look at this. YouTube doesn't want this on here. Okay, I thought they blocked me for a second.
Hey! Voyager Louis.
I guess if I'm going to have the video on my video, it might wreck my entire video. So I guess I can't have it on here. Yeah, you'll have to look up the video yourself. If it's inappropriate here, it's probably inappropriate for me. But yeah. But anyway. Test. But anyway, he blows her away. She completely stopped charging him, and he just shot her. And she's dead. That's what happens when you put cops in that situation. I mean, first of all, cops have guns, so, and kids, yeah, this kid shouldn't have been shot. Cops just need better training. I mean, let's face it, accidents are going to happen. I think the bottom line truth in this story is people, when they think with their heart in pressure situations, you don't think with your head, you think with your heart. And your heart, you don't, it's like being under a spell, which most people don't even begin to understand. I was under a spell for 40 years, in a lot of my life. But ordinary people that don't live like me are still subject to it. And people don't understand. That's why they're not judging this properly. This wasn't a deliberate thing of the cop. It was just a condition of the heart. And it's really a condition where you don't want to, you have to know that about people and cops, that you don't want to trigger them into a pressure situation where their heart's going to kick in. Because then their judgment, just like this black man that blew away this white woman, you don't want to put a cop in that situation, so you want to totally respect the cop. And the problem is, Black Lives Matters is actually putting out a message that you don't have to. You need to resist, like this other guy that resisted and got pepper sprayed. He's even teaching people to resist the cops and try to win that way, which is how you get shot. Or even pepper sprayed. He resisted what the cops asked him to do. That's the message he's putting out there. And the Black Lives Matter message is, don't acknowledge their authority. Bullshit. They're doing a job, and they cannot do a job without their authority. That's a lie that the Black Lives Matter is putting out there, is that you don't, they're trying to take away all the authority of a cop. A cop can't do his job without authority. And every time you take away the authority, well, then a cop has to resort to using authority to get control of the situation. And cops are human. And they're not trained like soldiers are trained to kill. And cops have to be trained to kill also, but they also have to be trained extensively to not kill. And they have to be trained to think in a way in which their heart doesn't kick in and blind them for a moment, because you're under a spell when you're under a pressure situation. I've seen the best doctors I've seen the most intelligent of doctors. I work in the medical field. I've seen the most intelligent doctors when they get in a pressure situation. Like, for example, when you intubate a patient, you put a tube. If you don't get the tube in there, down in their vocal cords, they die. I don't know what they're using nowadays, but in my day, when I worked in the medical field, you had to use a scope and get it in the hole of their trachea, which is very difficult to see and do unless you don't remain very calm under pressure. And it's a life and death situation. If you don't get the tube in, they can die. I've seen the most intelligent of doctors panic in that situation and not be able to get the person intubated. I've seen ER doctors fail. I remember one time they had me do it. I didn't know how I even did it because I had no skill hardly. But the doctor couldn't do it, and she handed it over to me, and I did it, but I just got lucky. But this guy had been in a motorcycle accident, and when I looked in his neck, there was nothing but floating tissue. You couldn't even identify the landmarks because he was going over 100 miles an hour on a motorcycle. And the reason he did that is because of, once again, another heart condition. He broke up with his girlfriend, and he was upset. He was in a heart-type mode condition. And he wasn't worried about dying. He just was heartbroken, driven by his heart. He was going fast on his motorcycle and hit a car going 100 plus mile an hour. And so then it comes into the ER, and the doctor panics and can't get him intubated, and he died anyway, even though we got him intubated, because he should have went to a higher level trauma hospital, which probably the person that brought him thought, well, let's get him to the closest hospital. And even that's a hard decision, which was a wrong decision. But then, no matter what in these situations, no matter what you do, the person might die anyway. So even if you do exactly what you should do, you should have went to a higher quality level hospital, but then maybe the time to get him there would have been too late. So anyway, he goes, it was checkmate. But the woman that was trying to intubate was in panic situations, couldn't intubate. And you get in these situations and your mind doesn't think straight. It's a proven psychological fact. And police officers are quite human. They wake up every day to do a job that's far more capable than what they might be able to do. And it's not for the public and emotionally driven people thinking to judge these people. It's not even for the court system to judge these people. The court system is it can't be driven by the media. The media shouldn't have anything. The media should not say anything about this, because then the media can affect the juries and everybody else, and they won't get to the truth, and that's what we're interested in, is the truth. And I can tell you right now, this cop, she just clicked into a heart condition. It had nothing to do with this guy's skin color. It had to do with his behavior. Because if I would have acted like that, she'd have shot my ass. There's nothing to do with skin color. If I'd acted like that, I'd have got shot. And he panicked. And it's easier for a younger person to panic in a heart situation. But it's also a cop can do the same thing. It's easy to panic. I've seen cop shootings. I've watched quite a few videos, and I can see where their thinking was disengaged, and they were just impulsive heart thinking, reacting. And we do the same thing. You think you can't do that in that pressure situation? I've done that in just simple interactions with people at work, where you speak out of your heart instead of your head, and you say something you shouldn't have said, and then the people are angry at you for a couple weeks. or maybe months, or maybe permanently if they're someone that doesn't forget. And that's the same type of pressure situation, other than it wasn't a life and death situation. So, if you can't do it in a simple situation, simple conversation, then how are you going to do it in a pressure situation like a cop situation? And no one studies this phenomena of how heart thinking versus head thinking, of how dominant and powerful the heart is. The heart is something that's so powerful it caused them to die and hold that flag up. The heart is so powerful it caused us to go to the moon. The heart's so powerful it makes a homeless man, even though he has more intelligence than an ant, to become homeless. The heart is so powerful that Franklin D. Roosevelt said, "Men are not prisoners of fate, but prisoners of their own mind." The heart is so powerful that if someone like Muhammad Ali believes that he's the greatest, he can become the greatest. The heart is so powerful that if you use it properly, you can crack the theory of that if you're gifted and you use the heart, you can crack the theory of relativity that no one ever cracked, if you know how to use it. And if you're a little bit more gifted in your brain in that area. So that's all I'm going to talk about as far as how the heart works. But to close, this man, this young boy here is obviously totally heart-driven person. Adam, totally heart-driven. And Dad says, you can't get any more evil. Well, Jesus said, if the light that be in you is darkness, how great is that darkness? And if you're a heart thinker, well, darkness can dominate you. And you have no freedom. You can't control your own thoughts. And yes, you can get more evil than him. You can be premeditative. This wasn't premeditative. This is just impulsive behavior, instinctive behavior. If someone has no control over their frontal lobes, that's not great evil. Great evil is someone that, like a Hitler type, that knows what he's doing. And I'm not even sure if Hitler knew what he was doing. He was under a spell also. But the most destructive are people that know what they're doing and do it. That's greater evil. That have self-control and then do evil also. That's a greater evil. That's an adult evil. Angels were more of adult in their understanding of God than we are. We're the children of God. We don't get revelation like the angels had. And that's what gives us forgiveness of sins. And that's why the children of Israel, when they came out of Egypt, God said, those that sinned, I'm going to blot out of the book of life, because they had revelation like never before. Even greater than in Jesus' day, because that was an open revelation. You had to follow Jesus to see the revelation. Only 12 got to do that, and only one got judged for Satan entered into him. But the rest of the people just heard it. Faith comes by hearing. So the rest of the people just heard about the stuff. They didn't see it. But the privileged few that followed him got to see it. And now God did that to protect humanity so he didn't have to judge them. Because if he did open revelation like he did when the children of Israel came out of Egypt, then he had to judge them. And he said, those that sinned, I'm going to blot out of my book. There was no forgiveness of sins. Because they had revelation of a beginning of an angel. And that's how it works. Now this child here wasn't even in his right mind. He wasn't even connected to awareness to make a decision. He just was totally impulsive. So no, I disagree with his dad. You can become evil. Real evil is knowing exactly what you're doing and being in control and then doing it. That's 1,000 times greater evil than someone like Adam, who wasn't had no control over his faculties. You can tell by looking in his eyes, he did not have control. And people don't understand this stuff, so maybe I'll write some books, maybe I won't, I don't know. So anyway, I think I'm done.